Golden Harvest representative that wants to speak with us briefly and present us some information. Melissa, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you so much. Hi, good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Thank you all so much for being here this morning. My name's Melissa Osborne, and I've been with Golden Harvest almost 10 years in November, and absolutely love this place and to get to serve our community. So we're so grateful to have you guys in the room today, and I just want to start by saying thank you so much for your support, for your prayers, and for your time here. We are so grateful, and I'm going to leave some cards at the end in case anybody has questions or would like to know a little bit more. Have all of y'all been to the food bank before? No? Well, welcome. Thank you for coming. I'm just going to share real quick. At the food bank here, you know, since the hurricane, we've seen about a 20% increase in need. That's just people trying to get their lives back on track, trying to pay their bills. Some of them have lost jobs, and so the need is greater than ever right now. And you know, our goal is to purchase more food because we're going from about 14 million meals a year to 17 million this year. So we are so grateful for your support and for your time here today. And again, I'll leave some cards if you have any questions. And I'm going to show just a short video that tells you a little bit about who we are in case you don't know. So thank y'all so much for having me and letting me talk to you for a minute. And I hope y'all have a wonderful meeting this morning.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for choosing Golden Harvest Food Bank for your meeting today. I'm Amy Brightman, President and CEO, and it's an honor to welcome you. Our mission is simple: to transform lives by feeding our hungry neighbors today and building a healthy, hunger-free tomorrow. Golden Harvest Food Bank is a leading regional nonprofit organization, and we're dedicated to alleviating hunger and building a stronger, healthier communities across Georgia and South Carolina. We serve 24 counties and work alongside hundreds of partners to distribute millions of meals each year. Our services extend beyond food distribution to include programs for children, families, and seniors who face hunger on a daily basis. With warehouses in Augusta and Aiken, the Master's Table Soup Kitchen, and Urban Farm in downtown Augusta, we are committed to ensuring that no one goes hungry, and we depend on community support to continue our work. Just around the corner, you'll find the Sue W. Harrison Volunteer Center, where volunteers pre-pack distribution packages, including child backpacks and senior boxes filled with nutritious foods, ensuring that our most vulnerable neighbors have meals they need. Each box, every backpack, and every hour of service makes a true difference in the lives of our neighbors. Today, you're meeting in our Publix Charities training room, and we invite you to consider hosting future events here as well. While we do not charge a fee for the use of our meeting spaces, we encourage donations to help further our mission of providing meals to those experiencing food insecurity. For smaller gatherings, the Community Conference Room offers a warm, welcoming space for connection and collaboration while directly supporting the vital work we do to fight hunger. By choosing to use our spaces, you're helping us build a hunger-free tomorrow. Your support, whether through donations, volunteering, or spreading the word, fuels the change that we seek. Every donation, every hour of service, and every act of kindness is a gift of hope and nourishment for those who need it most. Thank you again for being here today, for supporting the mission, and for helping us build a future where no one goes hungry.
Have a wonderful day and a great week.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, Melissa, for hosting us. Golden Harvest, this is awesome, phenomenal space. We appreciate you and opening this up for us. We also appreciate what you do for our community. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's get started. All right, good morning again and welcome to the 2026 Budget Retreat. This will officially kick off our discussion for the 2026 budget and where we're looking to go. So just for a few housekeeping rules, they have identified that the restrooms are to the back, to the right. You'll see a sign. Of course, we cannot go into the staff only, that's their private area. So we just want to make sure we pay attention to that. The meeting is being streamed. We have all our respective department directors here for any questions that may arise. And so we'll go ahead and get started. We also have with us representatives from the University of Georgia called Vincent team who are going to observe our discussion today. They are working with us to continue to finalize our strategic plan for the city. As I have previously stated, the fiscal core values that we will be looking at, making sure that we continue to be clear and honest with you on all of the respective information, making sure that we strategically look at our long-range approach, and also making sure that there's accountability for our performance. I have told you during our 2025 budget process that we will be facing some tough decisions. We face tough decisions as part of that process, and of course, we will continue to make those respective tough decisions in 2020 for the 2026 budget. Unfortunately, if I could truly be honest with you, and again, go back to one of our fiscal core values, our expectations for how we do things have continued to increase over the years. However, our resources have not kept up with that demand. Expectations are here. The resources that we have to supply and support those expectations, let's tell the truth, are down here. So we really need to do a good job of looking at what our expectations are as a governing body, what we're looking to get accomplished, how do we want to meet the needs of our respective citizens, because of course our citizens contact us on a daily basis with different requests. Keeping in mind, what are the resources do you have in place to support that? So sometimes it sounds easy when our citizens call us and say, can you with the one we get the most is clean a ditch, or this is not taking place, or this hasn't been cleaned. But guess what? We're not investing enough money to get that done at that level that our citizens expect. So those are some of the things we need to look at. We did not, of course, get here overnight. It has been a number of decisions over the years that have put us where we are today. Good decisions, good intentions. However, unfortunately, it wasn't a holistic approach of how we're going to get from one place in 1 year to the next year. It wasn't strategic planning. It wasn't things that we can actually look at to make sure that these expectations and these resources start to come in line better than what they are. So again, as we continue the level of expectations, because it's easy to say what we want to see, we never looked at where the resources. So as many people came to us asking for requests for funding for this and requests for funding for that, we gave it to them. But we didn't realize where's your resources to handle that. So we continue to bring the resources down and the expectations to increase. So again, we're going to have to really make some tough decisions. And sometimes those tough decisions mean you have to tell some people no. So we're going to give you everything we have, all the respective information that we have, and hopefully we can make some decisions going forward. As you can see by the agenda that each of you have, we're going to begin the discussion with our 2025 mid-year budget review. We'll familiarize ourselves with the budget process again and an overview of what makes up our budget. You'll probably see there's not a lot that the governing body truly controls that handles our day-to-day operations. We're going to talk to you about what truly outlines a $1.3 billion budget and what is really in the general fund. We'll receive some information on the city's biggest asset, our personnel. We will look at our 2026 budget concerns. Then we will discuss your budget priorities. Many of you participated in providing input into some of the priorities. We're going to talk about those priorities. We are hoping, since we're not going to be giving all this great good news today, that we can get you out before 2 o'clock. But our goal is to make sure, regardless of the time, that you have all the respective information that you need to start making some decisions. So right now, I am going to turn it over to Mr. Schreier, who is our interim finance director, to begin the discussion, giving you an update on our mid-year budget review.
move it over a little bit.
I'm gonna need to move that over just a hair.
Yeah, get it out of the light there. Thank you very much. Autographs will be signed later in the lobby. Good morning, everyone. There we go. We're in April, we're in early June, which means we have 4 months of revenue, 4.5, 5 months of expenses. So there's not much that is going to have been changed since the last time I presented for the first quarter. Revenues, sales tax, and TABT are trending upwards. Both are 6% over our budget as of today. But again, we've only had 4 months worth of collections. So I'm not going to make any predictions what the year end is going to look like. Electric franchise fees did come in higher this year, which we're very thankful for. However, have been informed that will not continue into next year, and we should look for a decrease. Georgia Power does not really share how they make their decisions, but that is what they're looking at. Expenditures, again, with 4 months of expenditures, the general fund is looking good. We don't see any anomalies that we need to be worried about. In the sheriff's department, based on their trends, they're going to go over their budget in personnel. Biggest part of that is because they had, last year, starting the year, they're in 205 vacancies at the end of May. This year, there's 110 vacancies. So while it may look bad, we're projecting if the revenues continue, we should be fine to cover that overage. Let's see, what else do we have here? Sorry. The other concern we have with the sheriff is the prisoner health care costs. Those continue to rise. And we're going to have to be aware of that. Again, we're projecting that to go over a little bit. I don't know, based on if revenues continue, overages in the general fund from the sheriff's department should be covered. Fire department, we don't really have any revenue to talk about right now. We get most of that in the third and fourth quarter. That is the ad valorem taxes and the fire premium tax. Expenditures are within normal parameters. The overtime is running a little bit high, but again, that is because of the lack of personnel, full-time personnel. But the overall budget for personnel is continuing to look favorable. Streetlights, can we just pass on this one? First bad news of the day. Streetlights, last year there was a loss of $931,000. That's after $1.2 million transfer from ARP funding. Those electrical costs are not going down. This year's projected deficit, unless something is done to change the streetlight fees, is $2.1 million. American Rescue Plan, the blessing and the curse of Augusta. We have about $3 million left to spend, which has to be spent by the end of 2026. We're well on our way to taking care of that. Two major things that are still out there are streetlights and the Riverwalk project. Streetlights have, most of that funds have been allocated. $540,000 has been allocated to the audit that is going to be conducted by Georgia Power. And Winter Spring Roads has $600,000 allocated to that. The Riverwalk, that was approved 18 months ago or so, and that's for the electrical expansion, electrical upgrades. Budget concerns overall. One of our biggest budget concerns, healthcare costs. I track those on a weekly basis, our claims. And A couple weeks ago, I had quite a shock. Based on my projections, we're going to be at that point in time, is almost a $7 million deficit of what our costs were going to be over last year. I've worked with Anthem, our provider, and Epic, our healthcare consultants, trying to figure out what was driving those costs. Part of it is our high claims costs. We have 8 high claim costs this year compared to 5. Some of those costs will be, we will get those back from our stop loss claims, but right now this has not been processed. Right now, Epic is projecting that we're going to have a 20% increase in our costs from last year. And that's about $6 to $7 million. Now, that's across all funds. So as we go further throughout the year, we'll be coming back with more information about how it's going to affect the general fund and all the other major funds. The next one is housing and community development. The treasury repayment. We are continuing to work with that. We'll continue to work with that as we work with the auditors for that compliance audit, and just to keep you apprised of where we're at and how much, if any, is going to have to be funded from the general fund. Any questions about the 25 budget so far? Yes.
You said, I think it was on page 3, you said $500,000 audit by Georgia Power. You said something about the street lights, and then you said Georgia Power, they're doing an audit for us and they charging.
Yes, ma'am. That's part of the energy audit, where to see how many streetlights we actually own. And that's a 2-phase approach. We've engaged them for an audit. They will determine how many streetlights we own. This is mainly in the old downtown urban service area. They're going to determine how many streetlights we own, their condition, and then come back in phase 2 of what they're going to do to pay. They're going to basically buy the streetlights from us, and then we're going to turn around and start paying a monthly rate to cover those streetlights. So we'll get out of the streetlight business if it goes through, and everything will be paid to Georgia Power. Yes, ma'am.
2 questions, maybe 3. The first is, you said the sheriff is possibly going to go over their budget. What is your forecast?
It's about a little over $1 million as of today. Again, this is 4 months in, so.
Okay. I'll ask the healthcare, because you mentioned healthcare for prisoners, but you also mentioned our healthcare plans. So are we doing something in regards to researching other providers or seeing how we can lower those costs?
For the sheriff's department, that would be a question for them. I'm not sure where they're at with their contracts. I know they have a healthcare consultant that helps them with these contracts. For our healthcare, we're in the middle of our contract with, as Anthem as our third-party administrator. We have been having discussions about what we can do. Part of it is going to be, I'm going to steal some of Anita's thunders here. We're going to have to change how we allocate our healthcare costs. Employees are going to have to pay more. It's been 8 to 10 years since we've adjusted that rate. We can't go the full, I'm not going to recommend that we go, okay, let's get back to where we should be, because that's just way too much. But we have to make those incremental changes each and every year going forward. It could just be a bad year. That's what I'm trying to figure out. When you're self-insured, you have good years, you have bad years. This could just be one of those bad years that's going to hit us.
And my last question, in the Hurricane Helene recovery, you stated, you showed the.
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed that one.
Oh, okay.
No, go ahead.
All right. So it shows funds received, but how much is owed out?
We have spent about $64 million.
And how much are we projected? This is how much we've received so far?
This is how much we've received so far. This is just for debris recovery, which is a majority of our expenses. Working with Tetra Tech, we feel that we should be get a majority of these costs back from FEMA. Now, the timing, that's the tricky part. But we should, I think they're in the course of filing the claims, filing the projects or programs as they call them, and we filed some, so we should start seeing some return, and at least anticipation of when we should get those funds back. Okay?
Thank you very much.
Interim Director Schreier, can you repeat, you say we're at a $7 million deficit as it relates to healthcare costs?
That's my projection of what the healthcare is going to go over from last year.
We'll go over last year, okay.
Yeah, our healthcare claims have been relatively stable.
Okay.
And as I said, as of today, it's looking like a $7 million hit across all funds. So that's not going to hit the general
General
fund.
fund, okay, all right,
But we need to be looking at that and be aware of that.
okay.
And as we go along further, again, we should have some high-cost claimants. We should get some refunds on those claims, and that will ultimately affect the total amount.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Based on the information you provided with the overage in the sheriff department's budget, you know, you had a number of 200 plus vacancy, 100 was filled. During this particular budget, was he budgeted for the 200 vacancies?
Yes, sir.
We understand that he filled on the 100 and some, but he was budgeted for the 200, and he's still going to have $1 million or something in deficit. How do we get to that point?
When we budget, we use, and I didn't want to go here, but we go through it, we use terminology called lap salaries. Because we know, no matter how hard we try, not every position is going to be filled all the time. So what we do is we budget at 100%. So we budget every position is going to be filled at the fund level or at the operating level. Then at the fund level, we back some of that off because we know that's not going to happen. In essence, what that does is moves more funds up for operations, non-personnel costs. New transition, new team, new sheriff. The new sheriff just basically kept the old sheriff's budget, made some adjustments. So we were expecting this, we were expecting an overage in their costs. But right now, as I said, last May, they had 205 open positions. This May, they have 110. So you can see that there are more people, more deputies on the streets doing their job. $1 million, give or take. If our revenues keep coming in like they will, we'll be able to cover that. It's going to show overage in this budget, but there won't be a deficit, if that makes sense. The net income, we'll still have some net income instead of a net loss.
So anticipate third and fourth quarter revenues coming in can offset what you're saying.
Yes.
That's projected to
Yes.
be.
Yes. Yes, sir.
So does that present any concerns for this commission? Should that present any concerns for this commission?
And for the sheriff department too, because what we don't want to happen is that we get to a point that he cannot operate based on what he has because of the overwhelming.
His budget is set up so he can hire the people he needs. It's not going to affect his operations. We're going to be off on our lap salary calculation, that's it. It is not a concern today. Well, it is a concern. It's an awareness that I wanted you to throw out there. So be aware of this, but it should not affect his operations. As we continue to move forward, if that grows, yeah, then we'll have to have some further discussions. But as of today, just be aware of it, but I don't think any action is required.
Okay, a follow-up to that is, in the event that we have to have those conversations, like what is our plan to address any budget issues over there? Because last time we had this conversation, I think when they came before us, December, January, February sometime, and we were told everything was going to be okay, it was handled, and we're good to go. But now we're saying there's overage and we may have some issues down the line. So it seems like we've gotten a conflicting report.
If revenues continue the way they are, we will still come out as a positive increase to the fund balances, which I'm concerned about. And that, again, these numbers, the revenues are through April. So we have 8 months of revenues to go forward, to figure out. That's 8 months of sales tax, 8 months of TABT, and we have not set the millage rate yet. So that's the big one that we don't know. What's the millage rate going to be going forward?
Okay.
So we do have opportunities to make up any further future deficits if it comes to that. Okay. Budget overviews. This is just how the process starts and works. Starts with the departments at the very top. They're going to start working on their budgets. They've already started working on their budgets. It goes to, once they get it done, they're submitted to the finance department. We start reviewing, start working with the departments to make sure that everything is covered. They're not missing anything. They're not adding stuff. Make sure there's justification. Once that happens, we present it to the administrator. We work through with the administrator to determine, make sure that the budget meets the requirements that have been set forth and reach the goals that we set forth. After that, it's presented to the commission for your review and comment. Once we get through that, in November, the commission adopts the budget, and then January 1st it goes into effect. Kind of, just depending on how you're a learner, which way you look, how you learn, this is basically the same information. June we start, August, September, finance works on it. October, November, administration and the commission start to work on it. It's adopted in November and goes into place January 1st. Some important dates today. Budget retreat, where we really kick off how we're going to move forward. July 14th and 16th, we have budget input meetings, community meetings, where we're going to give the chance for the community to have their input into what's in the budget. October 14th, the budget is presented to the commission by the administrator. And then again in November, the budget is adopted. Work sessions. We're going to have a lot of them this year, I have a feeling. These are the weeks that we have set aside for work sessions. How many and what the topics will be determined by your input, by community input, by department input. So there will be plenty of opportunities for everybody to have an input into this year's budget. Just a little refresher course on this year's budget. Everybody gets all excited. We have a $1.3 billion budget. That's a pretty big budget. But I want you to look at the bottom line, the red line. That's the general fund budget. That's what is funded by sales tax and the county M&O. Everything else is funded by something else. The biggest one, capital projects. We have SPLOST, we have TIA, we have LMIG, and also in the capital projects is the Coliseum Authority project. So that number gets big. That and debt service, those two have grown. Part of it is because of the Coliseum Authority project, which will go away in 3 years. But general fund, $200 million out of a $1.3 million budget. And just I know we all look at this and go, what's that? Trust fund, that's mainly your pensions. Internal service funds, those are the funds that support the other funds. Risk management, fleet, workers' comp, healthcare benefits. Enterprise funds, we all know those, water, sewer, airport, environmental services, transit, and stormwater. Capital, SPLOST, TIA, LMIG, debt service. Biggest one that is driving that number is Coliseum debt, which is $250 million. That's going to be around for a while. That's a 20-year program, so that debt's going to show up for a while. Special revenue funds. Those are the funds that have specific funding sources that are not covered by county M&O. Our grants, HCD, fire is a special revenue fund. Streetlights, TADS, 911, and ARPA, the ARPA money. Those are considered special revenue funds. Again, just graphically showing the general fund budget compared to the total budget. $200 million, don't get me wrong, that's a lot of money, but it's not a majority of your budget. And out of that $200 million, it gets spread around. The biggest line of your general fund budget goes to the judicial and public safety. That's over $100 million. The focus on that is because of the way the state laws work, once you allocate and authorize those funds, Commission has very little control over those funds going forward. So out of that, your general government, which is about $40 million, that's run the day-to-day operations of the government. That's what you all control on a day-to-day basis, or have the administrator control. And as we've said in the past, our biggest cost, our biggest investment is in personnel. I don't know how this one shows up with the blues, but this just shows you how much personnel compares to your total budget. So you can see the public safety, here's your total budget. That much is spent on personnel. So about 80 million out of 120 million is spent on personnel. That's not just the sheriff, that's all public safety. General fund, 40 million, or general government, 40 million, about 20 million is spent on personnel. Here comes my crystal ball and the projections. Right now we're projecting this year's general fund revenues for those types at $124 million. Based on our projections through 4 months of revenues, we're projecting $127 million. My crystal ball doesn't work very well going past this year, so we're going to go 26, it's going to be pretty much what 25 is, with the exception of the franchise fees, because we know that's going to be lower. $127 million we're going to bring in this year, which includes $7.3 million from ARP. Next year, because we don't have that much money, our revenues are going to be $118 million. What that means is we either need to increase resources, increase revenues, or decrease expenditures. And just some fun little facts for the day. If you do across the board, that means everybody. Nobody's excluded. Elected officials, everybody. You'd have to do a 3.9% across the board cut. Some departments cannot handle that without sending people home. If you just use the general government, this line. You're going to need to reduce those budgets by 17.5% to fund that 7.3. If you want to, if we're looking at personnel, using an average cost of $50,000 per position, you're going to have to eliminate 112 FTEs. And that is not vacant positions because we account for those. Those are sending people home. And just because I'm here and I have to, if you decide you want to raise the millage rate, 1 mil for 2024 was worth $8 million. This is not for 2025. 2025 right now, I'm not saying we need to raise the millage rate to make our budget work. That may change as we go further through the year, but as of today, I'm not saying we have to raise millage rate for 2025. It's 2026 that we have to be looking at. And that millage rate won't be set until August of 2026. Questions, comments?
Do you have a breakdown of the positions that were funded through the American Rescue Plan Act money?
I don't have, I can get that for you.
Okay.
I think there were actually very few positions funded. We did fund the living wage, which affected everybody across the board. The biggest impact, one of the bigger impacts for that was the fire department. But as I said, they're a special revenue fund, so that's outside of that. But we'll get you that list of positions that were specifically funded.
So with the 7.2 million, you said that would come up to being 112 terminations? Or would that be, can you explain that a little bit more for me, the termination portion of all of this?
Sure.
And does that come from specifically positions that were funded through this, or is it programs and positions?
That's just a reference number. I took $50,000 position. I'm not sure what our average position is, but I had to start someplace. So if you earn $50,000, your benefits are another $15,000. So the value of that position is $65,000. Just did the math. That's 112 positions to cover $7.2 million.
So it could be less, or it could be slightly more? It could be...
Yeah, it could be somewhere in there, depending on which positions you eliminate.
And that's if we go across the board. That's not just specifically the 7.25 out of ARP. So I guess what my question really is what were the expenditures associated with those ARP dollars? And I think if we know what those expenditures are, that'll help us make a decision on whether or not to attempt to fund them again or to cut them. I mean, I don't know what those expenditures are.
The expenditures went to fund law enforcement increases in salaries, the living wage, and it's hard to say specifically because that 7.3 went to general revenue replacement. So it funded a bunch of different things. But in this past year, we gave almost $1 million to the DA for raises. We gave more money to the sheriff in the past couple of years.
But that wasn't out of ARP though, was it?
It was out of the general fund, so it's hard to identify. We didn't drill down to the specific and say, okay, this is funded out of ARP. When we do the budget, we look at the whole, not so much. This is just a revenue stream.
I got you. Okay.
So.
I do have another question, but I'll yield.
You said that when we look at this meal increase, possibility of a meal increase, and I think I heard you say that the one that we would be concerned about won't take place until August 26th. Were you correct in saying 26, or did you mean 25? You were correct.
I meant 2025, based on current projections.
I heard you say 26.
Yes, sir. Based on current projections, the 25 budget should be able to absorb any costs overruns without having a millage rate increase. I know it's confusing because we do a budget and the mill rate at the same time. The mill rate we're going to set this August is for 2025. So while a decision would have to be made at the budget level, when we're doing the budget, if we're going to and have an anticipated millage rate increase in 2026. So we can't defer it all the way out to 2026, but at this 2026 budget, if we want to maintain service levels just at what it is today, something's going to have to make up that $7.2 million. Millage rate increase, maybe. And if we do that, that would have to be, we would disclose that in the budget document saying, okay, 2026, August 2026, we're going to raise the millage rate.
So a follow-up to that is that if you look at the enterprise funds, which is at almost $400 million. Do we have any plans on the table now to do contract renegotiations and to see like what services we can bring in-house versus contracting some of this stuff out? Because, I mean, we get a lot of change orders across our desk. We get a lot of contracts that we just, I don't want to sound, anything other than like a team player today, but I know that a lot of these contracts, they don't benefit the city financially. I mean, a lot of them are really benefiting those who are asking for the money. So do we have any plans to renegotiate or to look into our enterprise and capital funds? Because it's my opinion, just from serving as the financial chair, looking at some of those documents in the past, is that a lot of waste is coming from those funds that we could potentially recoup to help us run our day-to-day government in other ways. Are we in the conversation about what that looks like and how we negotiate contracts with the city?
We have not had that specific conversation, but we can start.
Yeah, I think it's going to be helpful because, I mean, you have, the same companies are attempting to do business with the city at the same rates, and they know they can walk heavy. I mean, they're going to walk heavy. I think a lot of that is being done.
Yes, sir. I mean, that has been the tradition of Augusta, is we just continue the contract, continue with change orders. If that's a decision of the body, sure, we can start reviewing contracts and moving forward with that.
But I don't want to put you on the spot, but do you believe that could be an area we can recoup some dollars? Maybe not $8 million, but is that an area that we can start recouping some money to put back into our general operations?
Well, enterprise funds, aside from the payment in lieu of franchise fees and payment in lieu of taxes and indirect cost allocation, doesn't fund the general fund. So you're not going to get
But could you reallocate the money? So whatever you recoup, could you reallocate it?
Not necessarily, because the general fund does not typically fund enterprise funds. Those make their own money, and so those revenues need to stay within those funds. Ancillarily, if you reduce one contract that is in water and sewer, if we use that as an on-call contract or something like that in a general fund department, if you reduce the one in water and sewer, yeah, you can reduce and see some savings, potential savings in the general fund.
So if we were to move forward with reviewing some contracts and really doing a deep dive into that, would that need to be done before the 26 budget is passed, or would that be something that we need to do would it take more time?
I think it would take more time, but it's something that we could start doing. And as we've always said, budgets are living and breathing documents. If we come along and do a review of an environmental service contract and see if we can save $500,000 there and save $100,000 in the general fund, we can always recapture that and put it into contingency. So the budgets live and breathe. And y'all change the budget every week.
Oh, I know. And that's why I'm asking these questions, because we're getting ourselves to the point where we need to
Anytime we do a settlement or approve a contract or something that we hit contingency, I'm changing the budget.
Yeah.
So
I have another question.
Yes, sir.
When we look at the on the mid-year budget review, when we talked about we spent about $60 million with this Hurricane Helene, and we've recouped about $30-some million. And so we're waiting on some funds to come in. When we look at the fund balance for this city, and knowing that we can operate 6 months, when we talk about having enough money to operate outside of the purviews of having spent that money, where do we stand with where do we stand in our 6 months of operating? Where are we right now? Where are we right now?
If you do not including Hurricane Helene,
Not including the hurricane.
we're right at the 5 to 6 month area.
5, 6 months?
If we get everything back from GMA and FEMA, we pretty much should be made whole. Maybe $1 million or $2 million of our costs, but most of our costs so far have been with debris removal. We were very fortunate, and I hate to say a couple $1 million is fortunate, but we were very fortunate in our facilities that we didn't see a lot of catastrophic damage with our facilities. Most of it was debris removal, and most of that, we should get a majority of that back.
What is normal? What is normal for this size government operating under, how many months out? And what numbers for this size government?
That's the magic question.
I hope you got a magic number.
My world where I'm really comfortable, it'd be 6 to 9 months.
6 to 9 months.
6 to 9 months. If we had a 12-month general fund reserve, I'd be doing a happy dance right here and now.
I know.
Anything over 12 months, I think, is excessive. And y'all did pass a fund balance policy last year or the year before, I'm sorry.
Yeah, 2 years.
2 years ago, which dictates how it's going to be done. If we get to the level where it's above the fund balance policy, then there are criteria in there that we can use those excess funds.
And the reason I asked was I was concerned because I know that there was a lot of expenditures with Hurricane Helene that we footed with anticipation of recovering or recouping those expenses. But we know it's a slow process, but I don't want us to be in a position that we have not received in the event that something happens that we do need. So
If today, it's June, so I'm comfortable that, speaking with Tetra Tech, that we're going to receive those monies. Now, if it's November and we're still $30 million out, you'll know about it, because now all of a sudden that's going to, and it's a cash flow issue with grant accounting and all that other happy stuff, that we'd have to show a loss, like we're going to show a loss in '24, just because that's when the hurricane happened. We didn't receive the revenues until '25. So in '24, we're going to show a loss. '25, if we get everything, we'll show a gain that should offset that prior year's loss.
thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
How far are we in respect to our tax cap? If we were to go a mill or two, how many mills are we away from the cap?
You know, that's one thing I didn't look up last night. I think it's four mills, but I can get that number back for you.
Please, thank you.
Yes, sir. No other questions?
Not yet.
I got a question. I know it's not probably popular thought, but at least we need to look at that. If we have to do, instead of eliminating under 10 or 20 positions, they will put a strain on certain, functions. We need to at least look at that furlough days, how many furlough days can we get to offset some of these things, because, having a day or 4 days in a year without pay is much better than not having a position.
I've never been a fan of furlough days because I don't think they work.
We've been there before.
But we can look into that. I'm not sure how many days we would have to furlough. But I don't see that as a viable option because that, like everything else, that's a one-off. That'll fund 26, but you're still going to have that same hole going into 27 unless there are more revenues. That's kind of where we got ourselves into a little bit of a bind with the ARP money. We knew it was one-time funding, but we used it to fund ongoing operations. So, again, furlough days, yeah, you can do that if you have a one-time shortfall. That this is an ongoing shortfall until it's resolved.
I remember very vividly, we were advised against doing that. But what I asked.
Yes, sir.
I remember very vividly, Administrator Donald and Tanika Jackson, yourself, Donna. It's amazing how things come back. But what I will ask is that $7 million a all or nothing? Or, I mean, would we be able to chip at it to get it down a little bit more versus having to send everybody essentially home? Like, are they mission critical positions? Are there, I mean, what type of, I guess, let me ask this versus just continuing on to it.
Sure.
How soon can you get us a breakdown of what that looks like?
The 7 million?
Yes.
Again, that was used to fund all operations. We didn't tie it to specific operations. That's just.
But certainly if we say we're not gonna move forward with funding it again, we'll know where the impact is coming from, wouldn't we? We would know where the impact is gonna be seen the most.
I'm trying to come up with a good answer for you. That $7 million is to maintain today's level of operations. So if we remove that $7.3 million, current operation levels across the entire general fund are going to have to be reduced. That's where we kind of said 3.5% across everybody in the general fund, 17.5% across general government, or lay people off, or raise taxes. So I can't, to get you, Sally's position was funded by ARP, I can't do that. We don't break it down that way, except for the 7 or 8 positions that were funded for specifically with ARP.
Yeah, I guess it's just difficult to be able to make a decision on it if we don't know what the main impact is going to be, because I know there were line items for full-time positions in finance and in the fire department and other places, but like, how can we make a solid decision on what to do with that money if we don't know where the impact is going to come from?
I can tell you finance, I know that one. Finance was funded with 3 positions. We gave one back going into the 25 budget. So finance is funded at 2 entry-level accountant positions. That impact for me is about $110,000. I know, who was it? Board of Elections had 2 positions, and who was the public defender had 4 positions. So you're looking at 10 positions out of the total population.
Well, I don't want to stick on this, but I have one last question, I'm going to leave it alone.
Sure.
Is this coming from those specific positions, or is this coming from the transfer that was made to cover for some budget gaps last year?
It's coming as a transfer to cover the budget gaps.
Well, that's apples and oranges, that's not the, okay. All right. Thank you. I wasn't seeing if we did that last year.
Okay.
Any additional questions?
Anything else?
Well, I mean, so it's like we need to have that discussion that Commissioner Johnson ended on, because when we're talking about cutting positions and we don't necessarily know which positions we're gonna cut, does that mean we're going to look at each department and analyze that department's needs? Because then as we're cutting positions and the workers that we have, the employees that we have, are having to work more, to do the job, how is that going to affect our overall government? Have we even forecasted that out?
No, ma'am. These are just options.
Right. and
Trust me, I do not advocate eliminating 112 positions. But this is just what it's going to take to make up that deficit. If you do this, if you don't want to raise taxes, you're going to have to reduce services, which means could include sending people home and reducing the level of services that our constituents get. So it's just, these are just options. Even if you do say, we're going to do an across-the-board cut, everybody's budget's going to be reduced by 3.5%. Some of the smaller departments, to make that work, are going to have to send somebody home because they just don't have enough operating money to take that much of a hit. And while it may be small, some of these small departments have real small operating budgets outside of personnel.
And then also, I'm sorry, just the last part of that, earlier when we were talking about taking a deeper look into the contracts that we currently have, I understood at the end, you said most of them, although falling under the enterprise fund, there are some, and you said maybe emergency contracts that don't.
It depends on how we've done the contracts. We've been able to say if Wes has led a contract for electricians. Well, Central Services needs an electrician. So through our procurement policy, we can use that procurement, Wes's contract, to use those to get an electrician. It's the same cost as Wes's cost per hour or per job, however they bill it. But what I'm saying is if we look at those contracts and are able to reduce that cost for Wes, that overall contract cost should go down for Central Services too. Downside of that is you're still going to need somebody to do the job, either somebody in-house or under contract. Yes, sir.
What percentage does 112 employees represent in respect to all of our employees? How many full-time employees do we
have? Total, we have about 2,800 across all. In the general fund, we have 1,600 employees. Sheriff has 722 of those. Courts have 361. And the general government has 537. So it's not quite 10%, it's 7, 8, 9%, 7, 8%.
My final question, can you walk us through what led us to having to make that ARP transfer? The $7.3 million transfer, can you walk us through that?
That was decisions from the previous administrator, O.D. Donald, and previous commissions to increase the level of funding. The biggest ones that I can come up with are increases to the Sheriff's Department for salaries and the living wage, where we raised everybody to $15.
But we made the transfer for the 25 budget, and I'm trying to figure out where do we get to that 7.3? Now, was there a hole that we needed to fill immediately, or was this something that we were trying to fill before the funds expended at the end of this year?
That was a hole that we started digging this hole in 2022, if that makes sense. In 2022, we transferred the ARP budget, which a majority of that goes to the general fund, was $19 million. In 23 was $29 million. In 24 it was $14 million. And in 25 it was $7 million or $11 million, $7 million of it going to the general fund. So back in 22, the decision was made to fund these positions, to fund these ongoing costs. I think we can get that for you. I don't know all the details, but we can get that for you. but a decision was made to fund ongoing costs. I think the term that was used is new revenues are baked into the budget. Well, we didn't bake very well. Our cakes came out flat. The revenue streams have not kept up with projections.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Tim.
Okay.
So just a couple of points that Tim mentioned. Again, and to go back also to what I mentioned, we didn't get here overnight. These decisions started years ago. And unfortunately, we did not plan, or, that crystal ball or whatever that Tim has was not passed around, and it didn't work for some of us who did get it, didn't show where we would end up. So again, this didn't happen last year, didn't happen the year before. This has been a trend that has been starting because we unfortunately did not really plan for the resources to be there enough to take care of the expectations, not only of our governing body, but also of our citizens. The one thing that Tim also mentioned was if we do a reduction across the board, and we all know when it comes time to make that tough decision, our elected officials seem to think they are outside of that. But in order to really capture anything, this governing body has to make that decision and determination. This governing body are the ones who are responsible for the budget, not the other elected officials. So where me and Tim differ a little bit in regards to the mindset of who controls the budget, this governing body controls the budget. So if you say that we're going to do a 4% across the board because of our finances are in a certain position, that's what happens. No one can say unless you determine that that governing body does not lose that 4%. There are state stipulations, there are rules and regulations for constitutional officers, yes. But it also states that if you're in a financial situation and it's something that you're doing across the board, it's not that you're picking certain people to do it with, you have that control. So you have to keep in mind that this governing body controls the budget. So when it has to be some decisions made, of course, you make those decisions because nobody's going to hold anybody else accountable. They're not going to hold those other elected officials accountable. They're going to hold this governing body accountable. So please keep that in mind when we have, different requests coming up. I've also asked our organization that when we have, RPAs that come across that says, I want to increase my positions in my department. The first thing we say is, these are elected officials. We can't stop them from doing increases. Well, by golly, you can. Because if that increase is going to affect your next year's budget, and this governing body has not dictated what that next year budget is going to be, then we need to take a look at it. They may have the money in it because of lapsed salaries this year. And I've had some that say, I got some RPAs that I want to implement, and they want to give certain increases. Those are things we have to consider. Now, I can't stop that, and I'm not trying to stop that, and I'm not advocating to stop that because they should know what they need in their office. I'm not questioning that by any means. But what I am saying, when that impacts you and impacts that next year's budget, there needs to be decisions, and you need to be aware of it. So that's what I'm saying. We need to bring that to your attention. This department, though it's an elected official, has said they want to give increases. Those increases will affect next year's budget. How do you feel about us proceeding? If it doesn't impact next year's budget, it shouldn't be a problem. But if it does impact next year's budget, and you have not finalized next year's budget, that is something that needs to be under consideration. The other thing are the contracts. Commissioner Johnson is right. We need to look at our contracts each year to see if we're getting any bang for the buck. Are we holding these contractors accountable for producing? We have a number of contracts. Unfortunately, the majority of our contracts are outside of the general fund. They're in the special revenue and enterprise departments. So we need to look at that because it doesn't matter where they currently are. It matters if we're saving money, regardless of what fund they're in. So you're right. We need to look at all of those contracts. We have people that are doing the job, and we're told all the time, well, it's easier for us to do it. I'll give an example of Augusta Tomorrow. They do a great job in taking care of downtown. We don't disagree with that. Sometimes contracts do better than we do. Let's be honest. They take care of the problems and the situations, and they do it better than we can. Why? I don't know. I think I said that at the budget when we did the 2025 budget. They're all people, so how can those people that are working for a different group do a better job than the people that work for the city of Augusta? It leads me to believe that the people in the city of Augusta are not, unfortunately, sometimes our management are not holding people accountable, whereas on the private sector or a group organization that has better leeway, because I'm not saying we don't try to hold them accountable. Sometimes our processes prevent us from holding them as accountable as they need to be held. They can do a better job because they don't have all that overhead. You got to go through personnel 4 or 5 times. You know, no discredit to Ms. Rooker's job and her team, but sometimes we have too many other processes that prevent us from doing what we need to do. So we really need to look at, one, do we have enough resources? I'll venture to tell you that if you ask any of the department heads, some of them are going to say right now they need more people. I don't think any one of them are going to get up here and say they don't. Or we can reduce our staff. Not one. Most of the time they're going to say they need more people and they need more money. And I'm not going to rain on Ms. Rooker's presentation because she's going to bring you all the information on what we found and what the people that left this organization have said the reason they have left. So another thing we have is a morale problem. Why? The morale problem started years ago. Another thing, not just the budget problems, but the morale problem started years ago. When you see, and I've heard from many employees before I even took this position, when you see other departments getting increases, and they have some of those same positions or higher positions in other offices that do the same or more, because they're responsible for not just one department, they're responsible for a number of departments. And they don't make the same salary. You think they're going to give the same amount of work? So when we approve those things to take place, again, it puts us in a situation. So you have employees that are not happy because I know that this employee in that department only focuses on that department. That's the only thing they do. And they make more money than I make, and I'm responsible for this same activity for the entire county. They're not going to give you that 90% that we probably expect, because we know no one's going to give 100%. But if we get 90% from an employee, we've got a lot. But that's going to lower the amount of what they give us. So it's a number of things that, again, when we're talking about what we need to make decisions on, how this governing body controls the budget, those are the things I definitely want you to think about. So with all of that, we are going to now take a break because I know some of you came in and I want to make sure you get to partake in some of the breakfast. We're going to take a 15-minute break, and then we're going to bring Ms. Rooker up to talk about our biggest asset and our most important asset, which is our personnel. Resources Director, Ms. Rookert, to come give us an update.
Good morning, everyone. Today, I'm just going to talk to you about our personnel. We're going to get into just a little bit of detail about our personnel, and at the end, I can answer any questions that you may have. What we're actually looking at right now is our attrition rate over the last 3 years. In layman's terms, attrition rate is how long it takes us to fill a position. Anything longer than a year, those are attrition numbers. As you can see, over the last 3 years, our numbers have gradually gone up, and I have to tell you quite honestly, we're in mid-year now. In 25, we're at 9%. So we are projected to be higher by the end of the year. We're going to talk about our reasons for people leaving. We had in 23, 72% of our employees were leaving due to resignations. I'm going to pick on terminations. That was at 17%. In 24, again, we dropped. People were leaving resignations at 70%. Look at the termination number. Less people were terminated, 14%. In 25, to date, we're at 65% resignation, and we're already at the 17%. 16.95 is 17% in terminations. We're there now. The resignation number, that's the concerning number. People are leaving. We're already at 65%. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
There we go.
Thank you.
I'm not used to the clicker. I'm used to talking. Yeah, so let's look at the termination. We're at 16.95 to date. Our resignation numbers have gone up. And the more people leave, it's taking us longer to fill those exact same positions. Now, I'm going to bounce to our recruitment efforts. In 23, those were all the recruitment events Augusta HR attended. In 24, as you can see, I increased the number, improved relationships throughout the city, throughout the region with, I'm sorry.
There you go.
How about you hold it? Let me have my hands free. As you can see, in 24, we increased our relationships in our local areas with attending job fairs. You can go to the next one. Thank you. And in 25, 100% better numbers. These are all of the high schools, colleges, universities, community affiliates that we have participated in for recruitment efforts, developing relationships for internships, developing relationships to filter in those new employees from high school, from freshmen in college. So we are taking those necessary steps to get the Augusta community out there, to get the name out there, to increase our filter to bring in more qualified and more candidates. However, we are a little slow. That's not a bad thing. That just means we're moving at a snail's pace. Are there things we can do? Absolutely, there are things we can do. Exit surveys. The exit surveys that have been done for the last 3 years show that one of the number one things that people are leaving us for is salaries. It's pay. The next thing is leadership. We've got some work to do in those areas of leadership and in areas of the pay. Now I'm going to break it down to the next slide, 23. Again, number one area, pay dissatisfaction. The second one is poor supervision, leadership. That is an area that we need to work on, and we are. Again, in 24, it says the exact same thing. When we look at 25 year-to-date, again, it's not changing very much. It is pay, it is supervisors, and of course, careers. So, what are we doing? The first thing from an HR perspective that we're doing is we're continuing to build relationships, not just in this region, but we're going even further throughout Georgia to bring the attraction to Augusta. That's the first thing. The second thing is we've started training. Again, you all have already heard me talk about how important and how key training is. So I believe training should be done from the top down. Not just your employees that are working should be trained, but the supervisors, the deputies, and the directors should all be receiving training. Let's be honest, some people move into high-level positions, have never supervised people before, and we throw them in the ring and look for a miracle. We've got to put some training in place that kind of gets them ready and moves them up the ladder in training. Training, I can't stress enough, has to be a part of your everyday growth in your positions. Has to be. Not just leadership is responsible to go on retreats. Leadership can pay for that, but for your regular employees, there should be some trainings in place on basic things, customer service. It is necessary that we all know how to talk to our customers and that we know who our customer is. That's going to help. It also helps that we have training in place so that I, a regular employee, can see that there's opportunity here for me to grow. And then, of course, we do have to talk about the salaries. I've been singing that song for the last 5 years, and COVID made it worse. We had a lot of people leaving during COVID, and we still have people leaving, but COVID made everything change. And we had to stop and decide, are we gonna sit as a city and let people come to us, or are we gonna go out and get the people and bring them to Augusta? I choose to do the latter, go and get the people and bring them to Augusta. When we're recruiting for firefighters, when we're recruiting for sheriffs, we don't recruit for those people in Augusta. We go all across the country because there are some attractive things about Augusta that a retired fireman, a retired police officer would see Augusta as a very attractive place to work. When we look for leadership, we don't just look in Augusta for leadership, because larger cities have done some of the things that we're trying to do. So we want to, and don't tell anybody I said this, we want to steal qualified candidates from other places and bring them to Augusta. That helps with the creativity and the innovation. Any questions? Yes, sir.
Director Rooker, so I know, I appreciate seeing this. I was looking for some attrition numbers to see what we're looking at. It would help too to kind of know what our totals were as well. The amount of employees that we had total with those attrition rates. That probably would give a more deeper understanding as well with that.
For the last 3 years, you mean the total number of employees?
Correct.
For the last 3 years, we have been from 26 to 2850 employees.
Okay. Now, I think, can you go back to that slide that had the different sites that we do the job fairs?
Recruitment?
Yeah. So this is great, seeing that we're leveraging, our higher education institutes and spreading ourselves around. One thing that kind of stood out from the 2023 all the way to the 2025 was I didn't see the job fair positioning at our largest employer and our largest output of folks being introduced into making the area home, which is the base. I know they do it on a quarterly basis. Is there a reason why we don't insert ourselves into their job fairs? Because they do them quarterly and they do huge ones annually as well.
Unless we get invited, but I try to reach out to every organization and participate in as many as we possibly can.
I think we may be missing the mark on
We
really
did,
tapping into them.
We did a county-wide job fair in '23 where all entities that were hiring, every business in our region came here and participated in that large-scale recruitment effort. But that was what we did. I haven't been a part of any of those other, and I believe we probably the closest, largest hire here in Augusta outside of the hospitals.
All right, I'll get you guys a point of contact for that, but I think it would be beneficial. We got service members getting out of the military every day, and they're looking for opportunities to
Absolutely.
leverage their skill sets. But with that, it's going to come some training as well from us internally.
Yes.
To be able to kind of decipher the code of understanding how to leverage those skill sets.
And our veterans is an area that we have started to work on this year because I agree, one of those areas that we can improve with longevity, with getting qualified candidates is those veterans that are out there. But the struggle has been contacting a point person that's going to remain my point person so that we can actually create an event that speaks specifically to our veterans.
Yeah. I'll link you guys up with the base folks. Now you had brought up, and maybe you're going to hit this, are you going to talk about your plan for the training that you were talking about?
I wasn't going to talk about it today, but I'm open to. Absolutely, I can.
Well, and I ask that because I think, you hit on the point. The employees are the most valuable resource we have. And if we don't invest in them, either through career development, leadership development, or even establishing career paths, then it is going to kind of result in a continuous trend of attrition. So that's why I was curious when you had brought that up. I know it's something we talked about, I think, last week or the week before.
Yes, and we have a plan that we've already put together to give to Ms. Allen. Part of the training we're going to roll out when the HRIS goes live. We're going to stick some trainings in there for the entire department, every organization, every person. Those are the mandatory trainings. So we're going to go ahead and plug those in. And then what I have to do is work with each individual director on some specifics that pertain to their departments to plug those in so that you will have face-to-face opportunities for training and online opportunities for training. And we'll make them like 3-minute trainings, 5-minute trainings, something as simple as professionalism or phone etiquette. We are turning into a 3-minute training that everybody will be able to have access to.
Well, I think you hit the final point I was going to make. It's going to have to be a dual effort. HR can be one part of it. The directors are going to have to equally engage in knowing what the trainings are required for the different positions, for cultivating and otherwise. But we got to get better with that piece. We got to grow within, but we have to, more importantly, give folks something to aspire towards.
Absolutely, absolutely. And that training that we're talking about putting in place and working with every department head is going to help us do that. You're right, HR can't do it all by themselves. In fact, I don't know a lot about what a lot of these departments do, but I do know 2 things: how we're supposed to treat our customer, knowing who our customer is, and how we should be responding with the phone etiquette. So the things I can fix, we are, but I'm going to need the help of the leadership.
Yeah, with the numbers that you gave towards the attrition breakdowns, can you go to that one with the chart with the leadership and the pay, I think it was?
A 25 exit survey. The 25. There you go, thank you.
Yeah. So with this piece of it, because there's a lot of extreme concerns with this slide. So I know we're doing the exit surveys with the employees as their partner. What are we doing with the actual directors as well to try to address these? Because right now, we're getting one aspect of it, we're getting one side of it. Somebody's leaving, they may be bitter, they may be upset, and they're gonna shoot darts at any and everything and everybody. But how are we balancing out to try to get more of a clearer understanding of what we're really dealing with? I mean, have we really dug into understanding what's attributing to this, or is it just, hey, we're taking what the outgoing employee is saying and this is how we're saying we measure up?
Well, there's a twofold answer to that. The first part is, no, I don't just take the word of the exit employees. That's the first thing. Why? Because yes, I'm a disgruntled employee, so now I'm gonna rag on everybody. So you gotta be particular about what you're reading and what you're getting, and the devil is in the details. Some people that give exit interviews don't talk about the leadership, but they talk about the actions that took place in the department. How do I align that up? If I've got people who've complained, who have already come to our office and have discussed grievances, those will line up with whatever someone is saying or whatever the group is saying as they're exiting. And do I talk to the leadership? I do. When I get those flags, I immediately talk to the directors about introducing training. One of the things that I did in '23 for the fire department to help with the fire department was I went to the chief and talked about having an HR representative inside the facility to help mitigate paperwork and issues and grievances. And that has helped. So I take all of that information and I go to those directors and see where we can make a change, where we can support those departments. And for the fire department, that has helped. They have someone that they can go to in the moment that will help them resolve issues right away.
Yeah, Ms. Allen, I think you hit on this perfectly when you said we need to make a culture change. And I think these numbers really kind of speak to the fact of what we're talking about and why it would be beneficial to really dig into determining those kind of points where we need to make the changes. Because just to say it across the board, we need to make a culture change is one thing. But like you said, the details are pretty striking to see this breakdown. But I'd like to know, where we can really go towards penetrating and understanding how to remedy a lot of this. Is it a toxic environment situation we're dealing with? Is it, lack of leadership training for our managers and supervisors? But I think we really need to dig into this because this is what really kind of is our calling card.
And I think it's a little bit of all of that. I can't pinpoint one thing because it's not. It's a gamut of things that have taken place over the years. And Ms. Allen can contest to that. I've only been here 5 years, but again, my argument is the same. It is not a hole that we dug this year or even last year. It has just been a hole that we dug and we have allowed it to get bigger and bigger and bigger because there was a time 10, 15 years ago, Augusta didn't have to recruit. People were running in off the streets to work here in Augusta. Well, as I said earlier, when COVID came, all of that changed for us, and we can no longer just sit and wait for people to come. We have to go get them, but we have to do it deliberately, meaning from the top down, all of us are responsible for some level of recruitment. How we treat each other, how we treat our employees, all of those things affect our recruitment efforts. Yes?
Question. Is this, for these surveys, is this just employees, or is this also when directors and upper management leave as well?
No, ma'am, it's for any employee who wants to complete a survey. I don't have a separate survey for leadership.
Okay, so there are no exit interviews?
For leadership, no, ma'am. There hasn't been.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
I yield.
Well, I was gonna say, in your professional opinion, in your area of work, would that not be helpful?
I believe that making our exit interviews should be mandatory. That every person that leaves Augusta should do an exit interview. That's my personal belief, that that would give us more details to make them mandatory. Right now, they're not mandatory, and so we do span to get all of the people who are mad versus having everybody do an exit interview.
I agree with that, because even from an upper management standpoint, if there's we can look at periods of time where, which I have not looked at that, but if we have a large number of people leaving in certain subset of time, wanting to know what's the connection there. So I think that would be very pertinent to getting that information.
Now, from an HR perspective, I do surveys regarding programs for HR, regarding changes in HR, but we haven't done a survey with all of the employees regarding how they feel about leadership and training.
Yeah.
We haven't done that.
Climate surveys.
Yes.
I think that would be important.
Yes, sir.
Do we have a breakdown on the attrition? Let's say the termination, resignation, retirement, all of this. Do we have a breakdown of how many of the 65% resignations were directors, how many were employees?
I didn't put that in
Retirement,
here,
same
but I
thing?
can get it.
Okay.
Yeah. You want a breakdown of these categories, how
Yes.
many in, okay.
And then with loss of job requirement, can you kind of explain that a little bit more? Is that like if you're driving a truck for the city and you get a DUI, you can't drive the truck anymore? Is that like what that is?
Yes,
Okay.
that's what that is.
All right, just want to make sure I'm clear. And then the termination, like, do you have like a type, do you keep up in your office like a type of termination that?
Yes, we
Okay,
do,
all right,
we do.
okay, all right, okay.
And I have to tell you, about 25% of the people that have been terminated from Augusta was due to tardies and being late to work.
Well, interesting, I mean, I'm glad you mentioned that, because research shows that when folks are late to work and when they're chronically tardy and just not showing up, it's a reflection of the satisfaction with the job. So they're equally connected to one another.
They are connected.
So I'm glad to know that that's being looked at. But I would love to see the breakdowns. And then also, I mean, 65% this year alone, and we're just halfway through the year, is really concerning. I mean, it looks like we trend at about 70%. Do you
Each
think
year.
that that's going to be the case this year?
I do. I think honestly, we're looking at probably about 73 to 74% this year.
So maybe a slight increase.
It'll
in other
start
years.
slowing down come October through the holidays. It'll slow down then. But right now, we're still on the uprise.
Is your office equipped with, or is your office, do you have the necessary tools in place to be able to properly do a workforce assessment, to just kind of, not a workforce assessment, a workplace culture assessment, just to kind of see what our employees are thinking about the city, or is that something that you would recommend that we go out and do?
No, I do not have. I can do small surveys, like I have access to SurveyMonkey, and I can create something from that. And I would prefer doing that, but if we send someone out, that's gonna cost money.
Cost of money. Okay.
I think one solution could probably be good across all departments, be performance evaluations.
Absolutely.
One of the things I did when I took over Parks and Recreation, the first thing I asked was, how many staff had a performance evaluation in the past 12 months? Alarmingly, it was very few.
And that is an issue here with Augusta. Although we, HR talks about performance evaluations every year, I can tell you I only get maybe 15% of them back.
And will that department be responsible for doing those?
Yes.
So so the other side of that coin is that if your issue with your department is that your director is a bully, then those evaluations done by that director could still lead to that. It could still be skewed, basically. So we don't have any assessment for that employee to comfortably be able to say, my supervisor or the director of this department is a bully, and this is how I feel coming to work every day. Like, that is the assessment I think that Augusta should really look into doing as well.
What it does, performance evaluation, not just for employees. You document employees' performance, you talk about their skills and training, but you allow that employee to provide feedback as a response to that evaluation. And that's where a lot of things come into place, where we can kind of change the culture and change them around, because the supervisor gets that same feedback from the employees. It's not just a one-way communication.
That's right. And performance evaluations are not one-sided. They're both sides, where the employee and the supervisor are engaged. Performance evaluation should not be done once a year. It's 6 months, so that if my performance is bad, I know within 6 months, versus getting it in December and now I'm a disgruntled employee. The other thing that my office has done, and we are working with the administrator, is providing key performance indicators. You all have heard KPIs. KPIs help in those areas. I've turned KPIs in my team into performance evaluations so that they literally can see where they are and where they're going to make those adjustments. But again, it takes the leadership to make sure that the performance evaluations are done, that they're accurate, because at the end of the day, you want to terminate someone, they've never been talked to about bad performance at all. Now you want to terminate me, and you're mad at me, particularly HR, because I'm asking, where is the documentation? And there's not even a performance evaluation in your file for me to say you've had bad performance over the years.
Yeah, but I think that goes to the culture of what we're talking about right now. So you're saying that we have a policy right now that the directors are supposed to do performance evaluations. The directors are not giving those appropriately. And this is also what's contributing to this exodus of personnel leaving, griping, pissed off, and dissatisfied with the fact that they're not getting invested in appropriately.
Yes, let me be clear. Money isn't the sole reason. It doesn't matter how much money you throw at a person. If they're unhappy, they're not staying. So the money is not the sole reason. It's both of those things. It's me being able to see opportunities for growth. It's me being able to respect my supervisor. So I don't always advocate, and Ms. Allen will tell you, to just throw money at it, because that's not going to fix it. I didn't advocate 4 years ago to throw money at it, because I'm not an advocate for that. I'm an advocate for changing how we as leadership look at things.
Yeah. Well, I want to issue this challenge to the administrator. I like to see us really kind of echoing what former Commissioner Marion Jones used to say, or Marion Williams used to say, if you don't inspect what you expect, what do you expect to get? I can't say it as eloquent as he used to say it, but my point is this: if we have policies that are stating, because this is the second time in a matter of weeks that I'm hearing that there's a policy that's in place, the directors aren't following what is in place and aren't giving what is supposed to be given according to policy. I like for us to get to, because the question came up on the floor last week, give us a list of who these folks are so we know what is what. But more importantly, Madam Administrator, I'd like us to get to a better point of knowing what is our enforcement method in place to ensure that the directors, because the directors are our direct advocates in knowing what's going on with these departments. And if we're not feeding into these folks the same way we have to feed into the directors and feed into our facilities, shame on us. But it has to get to a point where we know where our weak points are and we make the improvements. So Madam Administrator, if you all can kind of deep dive into understanding where those shortcomings are with the departments, and let's get to some level of enforcement aspect of it. Because the same way we're enforcing this with our employees, we definitely better make sure that our leaders who are on the front edge of all of this are doing what's needed to keep our workforce where it needs to be. So I'm probably getting a whole bunch of daggers in the back of my head, but that's okay. Because the only way that you can really hold everyone accountable is it has to start at the top so that it can equally flow down the road. If not, then it is gonna be one-sided like it is. It's just gonna be a bunch of pissed off people leaving, and we really haven't done what we should do in this regard.
There was a question in the back.
Really more of a comment towards what you had said in regards to tardies and absences and things of that nature. Our biggest challenge, and I think it works across public safety, because probably a lot of department heads, is childcare. Our people just can't go there with the schedules they have, so we can make concessions and do different schedule changes and stuff like that versus termination. But any help with childcare is something that would be very beneficial, I think, to a lot of our employees across the county.
Well, go ahead. I can talk about the child care. We have a program in place that employees can take advantage of to help them. It is our We Care program to help them find child care and child care that's adaptable to your schedule. In fact, I have started a conversation with the YMCA regarding our public safety in particular, because those shifts are 24 hours. And we don't have anything in place for that. That is cost saving. So the We Care program is partnering, the YMCA is partnering so that we can help with the cost and find you suitable childcare. So I'll be happy to help your HR person over there filter that information.
Can any of this be attributed to just the workforce challenges, not only for Augusta, but across the country? People are working differently now that with so many jobs available, perhaps there is a trend, and have you benchmarked it against other governments or other state agencies or state governments to see how we're trending versus them?
I can tell you that we're all trending about the same when it comes to people coming and going, and I'll tell you why. It is due to the workforce. Keep in mind, we have more millennials now in the workforce than ever, and their priority is not the paycheck. It is that work-life balance. And that's the area that a lot of cities are struggling in, because in our world, in local government, working means showing up into the office every day, period. If you're not in the office, you're not working. That's part of the issue. When you're trying to hire the talent, we've got to be flexible. We've got to create some flexibility with that work-life balance so we can capture and keep the talent. Does that make sense? Okay, enough of my talking. I'm done, Ms. Collins.
Any additional questions for Ms. Rooker? Ms. Johnson? All right, so I think Ms. Rooker hit on a couple of things. And one thing that we have said continued to say is that we're going to bring to you the information so that we can make data-driven decisions. Well, that's what the data shows us. You know, most people would have thought that people were leaving to be in better positions, but they're not leaving the city of Augusta for better positions. They're leaving, of course, for pay, and we all know, to Ms. Rooker's point, that only lasts 15 minutes. Because as soon as you give me a pay increase, next month I'm probably thinking I should be making more money than that. So it's nothing that holds off until the rest of the year. That's just something that's going to satisfy you for a minute. But when we start looking at leaving because of leadership and management, that becomes a different situation. That means we definitely have to change the culture. You shouldn't be where we're not doing performance evaluations. Now, as a previous department director, I understand what many of them say. Why are we doing this? Because when you do this somewhere else, it's associated with some type of increase. Why do we waste time doing these performance evaluations if you're not going to do anything with them? I agree with Ms. Rooker. They're necessary so that you can have some conversation with the employee. The problem that we have is we'll wait to day 364 in some cases and say this person didn't work. So because that person is on probation, and it allows us, our policy allows us to terminate that relationship, we go ahead and say they didn't work out. But have you ever sat with that person and said, These are the expectations you have when coming in this job. Now, I will say, and I've said it, I've done it in my previous job, and I do it now. These are the expectations. I'll tell anybody, before you accept this position, these are the expectations that I have for everybody who works here. So before you determine if you want to become a part of this team, you need to understand these expectations, because I want you to be able to run for the hills, and I want you also to be able to determine whether or not you want to quit your current employment to come here. Because if you can't meet these expectations, we'll have to sever our relationship. That's just being honest and letting them know before they come on board what you expect. Sometimes we don't do that. Then when they get on board, we don't look at it 3 months later and say, this is how you're doing. This is what we found. And I know some of us in this room, because I got all the department heads and the dagger's probably coming to the front, Commissioner Clark. But we don't take that time, and our leadership, because I know some of the department heads have large departments. So the leadership that's under those department heads don't take that time. The first thing that I received when I began this position was complaints. Complaints, complaints, complaints. Now, of course, we all know people are not going to come to you and set up an appointment to talk about how great their director is, or how great their supervisor is, or how great the operation of the department is. The only time they're going to come is when they want to complain. So we know that's always 3 sides. That person's side, the department's side, and somewhere in the middle we might come to the truth. But when you constantly hear the same complaints, there's a little bit of truth in it. So we have to look at what we need to do different, and it all goes back to the culture of our organization. Yes, sir?
Can I also add, Ms. Allen, to that? I want to add additional challenge as well. The Georgia Municipal Association has a workplace culture committee. We just changed the name. And what they do is they'll come to a government, they'll come to your city, and they'll help cities do an assessment of exactly what we're talking about. I said all the time that we hold our directors to a certain standard, as we should. But even with us as elected officials and leadership, we have to hold ourselves to that same standard as well. So what I would also recommend is that as we go on, to let's look into perhaps that GMA training opportunity, because they'll take a couple days to come down and really work with us on how even we as commissioners and top level staff, right, can handle situations better than what we tend to do sometimes. And so I hope that that's something that we can look into as well. We'll all be down with GMA this weekend. I'll be happy to make some introductions, but I think it'd be really good from both angles to be able to make sure that we're doing the best that we can to support our staff, and then hold them to the accountability to, as you say, having top-of-the-line customer service. I think that's going to be helpful for our government.
Yes, sir. Thank you, and I'll be there as well, so
I'll make sure to get you introduced.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
And to echo his point, having managed Parks and Recreation and now HCD, to be fair, I agree with Commissioner Johnson. Sometimes when you're from staff, and just to be transparent, there's a narrative sometimes that's displayed in public that the employees are lazy or not concerned, and that echoes down to the department. And I get that feedback from both departments. So we have to be cognizant when we talk about employees in a public setting.
That's right.
We have to be cognizant of how we relate that to them. Because if we treat your employee bad, the public's going to like to see them and treat them in the same way.
I agree. We get feedback all the time, and I'm disappointed sometimes. I'm just like, listen, we understand, we're working towards fixing these types of things, but I think that should be priority one, really figuring out how we can be the best frontline folks going forward.
I agree. Thank you so much. And even talking to the deputy directors, we had a meeting with our deputy directors. And, the first thing we asked is how many of you are interested in becoming the leader of that department?
They don't want to do it.
I would probably say 80% of them, probably 89.9% of them, if I was, had a calculation and took real numbers, said they did not want to. And it's because they were not in a position where they wanted to be in front of the group to address any concerns. Now, is that, that's probably some of the perspective and their perception and how they have to respond to the governing body, how they have to respond to the citizens. So it's not just the governing body, but how they have to jump hoops for the citizens. So it's a number of things that impacted that decision. But automatically, you should have at least 60% of your leadership team should automatically want to be successor of whenever that leader leaves that organization. Should automatically be something that wants to be in place. So when you have at least 80% of them saying that is not where they want to go, we have problems. And so it goes back to, I know Commissioner Pulliam has talked about succession planning. And that kind of is what we were referring to as far as the culture change. We have to, and you all hear me say it over and over. For somebody who's been here 32 years, I can tell you, I have seen this culture change. Not to our benefit, unfortunately, in the 32 years that I've been here. So we have to shift it back to where Ms. Rookert was saying. A lot of things have impacted that. She's right. You know, we've had a lot more now millennials. We've had, you know, COVID and things of that nature. So it's a number of things that have impacted the shift. But we got to get to a point now where we identify those things. We do have to be flexible in our working. You know, and IT is one of the areas where most people now can work from home. They'll never have to come into the office. Maybe once a month they have to come in the office. But our culture is, if we allow that, we'll have everybody complaining, going to Ms. Rookert saying the IT staff is not in the office, and the morale will go down. So of course we can't allow people in IT to do that as much. So what we had to do is come up with something flexible. Working with Ms. Rookert, we allowed them to take one day to work from home, because all of the sectors can at least do that. But you can have your help desk that never show up in the office. But I can't allow them to do that without breaking the morale or decreasing the morale of other people in the organization. So again, it's the culture change, the mindset change. Certain positions, you know, if you're out there and you have to be to a location, if you're a water meter, you know, you read meters, there's no way you can work from home. But they don't see it like that. So those are the things we have to make sure that we actually are talking to our employees about. Yes.
So, would you be in agreement that even on an ongoing basis, kind of still sticking with what we're in, I feel like it's in the same vein, and also what Ms. Rooker was talking about, but employees being able to evaluate upper management, directors, administrators,
Yes. It's like a 360. Before in information technology, we did a 360 survey, because I wanted them to tell me how did they think I was doing, how did they think their managers were doing. It's all anonymous. Tell me, and you know, of course in IT you say nothing is anonymous because I can look at your IP address like I know y'all, I know Commissioner Clark, so I'm gonna say it before he says it. We don't do that. We don't look at anything like that. We want it to truly be anonymous. We want the feedback. So you're right, we can do something like that. That goes to what Ms. Rooker was saying. We can send something out from our employees to see how they actually feel we are doing. I agree, we need to look at doing something like that. But we do have to overall change the culture. And it starts with the people in this room, not just the governing body, but our department directors as well. We have to look at things differently. We have an open mind. The last thing you can say is this is how we always done it. I can never stand that. I can't stand hearing it. It's not about this is how we always did it. Tell me how you're going to do it to make it work. And we have gotten so comfortable, and that's how we've always done it. And the director or the person before me did it this way. They probably were doing it wrong. I mean, let's just be real. So we have to look at how we can do things better. It goes to everything. This whole budget, everything is dependent on us looking at how we can do things better, how we can do things more efficient, but also keeping in mind efficiency does not mean you can do it with the money that you have allotted. Again, it comes back to all these decisions that have been going on for a number of years. So, since we've been talking about all that, we're now going to the actual budget concerns, 2026 budget concerns. How do we close the funding gap? Tim has already told everybody we're talking about a millage increase. Now keep in mind, we often, and I always look at benchmarking, what other agencies are doing, and what's the industry standard, and what do we need to do, because that's just my mindset, always to look at our competitors. Well, this organization for a number of years has done the rollback. Good, bad, and indifferent. It sounds good. Sounds good to the citizenry until the next week when they call and say a ditch is not clean. And you have to tell them that you don't have the money to fund it. Or the department director tells them they don't have the resources to fund it. And then the leadership thinks, well, they have all that money, they should be able to. No, not really. So those are the decisions that holistically, for the past few years, we should have been looking at. It's easy, and and I know with all due respect, you guys are elected, and it gets you back in the position maybe, but at the end of the day, it puts you in this position to making these tough decisions years down the line. Because nobody has actually wanted to do it. I'm not advocating by any means, so Susan, don't say I'm asking for a millage increase, because I am not. All I can do is bring you the facts so you can make those decisions. But we have not. I looked at Columbus, they're already looking at a millage increase. They're not, shying away from it, because they're saying we want to give better services and better service levels to our citizens. Thing about that is, you have to hold yourself accountable to doing that. People don't mind paying more money if they're going to see the results. But if the organization is going to continue to perform as it is, based on the limited resources we have, and they're paying more money for it, then I'm like them, give me a refund. So we have to make sure that we're funding it appropriately, but we're also showing them that they're getting their money's worth. They right now don't feel like they're getting their money's worth. So why in the world will I go along with the millage increase? So we have to do better at showing them that. Freezing or eliminating personnel. Tim also talked about that. I think Dr. Malik talked about furloughs. You're exactly right, Dr. Malik. We have done furloughs before. It ended up not giving us what we thought we would get years ago, but we have done it before. You're exactly right. So that's thinking out of the box. Those are some of the things we may have to do, whether we advocate for it or not, but we may have to look at what it's going to bring us. And eliminating services. Those are some of the things we may have to say we may have to do. What are we going to get rid of? What are we going to stop providing? Keeping in mind, the citizenry are going to say, why are you stopping to do this? So we got to show them why we're not doing it. Some of the budget concerns that we currently have before us, and I've spoken to these departments, they know these are some of the budget concerns. One of them is RCCI. We are very grateful that they voted to give a $6 increase per inmate. Years ago, because RCCI has been here since Miller Gooding, I think, or maybe before. It's a plaque on the wall at the RCCI. It's been here for years. But guess what? Those things have changed in all these years. Back in those years, it made sense because we were getting great services from the inmates. They were out doing great things in the community. Not that they're not now, because they are, but they didn't cost us as much to do it. The cost for an inmate wasn't as high. The medical costs, we talked about medical costs with the sheriff's office, is no different than it is with RCCI. So the medical costs increase. You get certain things in place now where you can't have them if it's raining outside. If you can't do, they almost have just as many rights as the employees. There's certain things that they cannot do. So it's certain things they can assist departments in doing because of weather restrictions or anything of that nature that we have to, because they have rights just like anybody else. So what happens is, at the end of the day, we still have to give them $2.6 million after the state reimbursements. So that's $2.6 million that goes out of the general fund to RCCI, to supplement RCCI. Yes, ma'am.
How much are we giving them now?
3.2 million.
3.2 now.
Yes, ma'am.
So we have to give them an additional?
No, ma'am.
So now they need 2 point.
Yes, ma'am. Because of the $6 contribution that has been increased this past legislation.
Okay.
Yep. So we're still in the whole 2.6 million. And that does not include the money that goes from stormwater. If I'm right, I see Dr. Malik, we give about 300 or so thousand to take care of the services for the inmates to go out and provide assistance for stormwater support. The next one is transit. Oh, I'm sorry, it's on the same slide. Transit. Right now, the general fund gives $2.2 million to transit. So now you understand why, when we had that agenda item, I said, oh, nope. It's not approved, it's to have its information about the expansion. Because we had to figure out where the funding is coming from. We're already in the whole $2.2 million every year for transit with just the general fund. And then $837 million from urban services. 837,000, thank you. So as you can see, it's costing us $3 million, over $3 million to supplement our transit. So we have to determine. We all know transit is not a, unless you model or something like that, you're not going to really make money off it. But you also got to keep in mind the drive for transit has changed. The demand and where the location is has changed. I think Mr. Jackson rode the bus, one of the routes, and it was only 10 people on it. But we have a big bus going out there for 10 people. Does that make sense? No. So we have to change. We have to change the scheduling. We have to change the routing. We have to go where the demand is. The demand is now in South Augusta.
Yeah.
But
So
we-
that's why I'm saying with Mr. Jackson, there's only 10 people. Out of the 1, 2, 4, and 5, people said they would ride the bus if the schedule would allow them to. A couple of my colleagues and I went to Macon, I believe it was, to look at their transit system. And they have a good transit system with good ridership. So it's all in how we actually marketing and how we're doing the scheduling for the transit. I mean, it may not be working now, or I should say not working. I don't think the plan that we have now, and we also need to look at, is it something that, do we really want it to be a contract? How does it look back inside? So there's a number of things. So, the bus passed by my house every whatever, and I see 5 to 10 people on the other. That's not a true. It's true as reality today, but if we can do some other analysis on what would it take to fill the bus service, I think we need to look at that more so than just saying what we have right now.
Yes, ma'am. Commissioner Lewis?
Yeah, and I think Commissioner Scott hits the nail on the head. The dynamics, our population shift, there's a population shift from our inner city to our southernmost parts of the county now. And that ridership that was taking place within the inner city has now relocated out because of all of the closing of your public housing and all of that. So these folks are dispersed throughout the county now, and more so in South Richmond County. And we've got to do something to change, that ridership is out there, but we've got to get the bus, we got to get the wheels out there, some way, somehow. And I know Ms. Darden looks into those numbers and those dynamics, and I know funding is always the top, of this debacle that we face, but we've got to somehow, some way try to fix it. We got to put some energy and some more effort into doing that.
Well, one of the things I've been working on, Ms. Darby, she'll probably tell you, we meet once a week to talk about the business model for transit. So in terms of finance, we talked about looking at a different model in terms of authority. Other cities have transit authorities with dedicated funding.
Talked about that. That was one of my reasons for going to Macon and looking at it from Savannah perspective, those authorities, and that was one of the things. And I think with that and having some discussions, I think once you do that, you change that, then you're more in line to receiving federal funds more so than you are doing now, because we just supplemented this stuff here without, coming out of our funds, a lot of our, transit activities. But if you go with an authority, it frees them up to be able to obtain different funding.
Yes. And then the opposite side, in terms of the ridership, we have plans to do a study effective late 2025. She hopes to get the RFP out sometime in July. That would help us assess our routes and look for the best routes, the best way to sort of service those routes. So that is happening as we speak.
Because as we looked at, when we first met with Ms. Daughtery, and Ms. Daughtery knows this better than any of us, it was like a hill. The ridership is like this in the past few years, and it continues to decrease because, to Commissioner Lewis's point, the ridership has changed because of the demographics have changed. So when you have it like that brings a major concern that we need to address. And you're right, the route study and having somebody come in and assess our transit, keeping in mind that, Ms. Daughtery tells me, Ms. Allen, if you're talking about changing some of this stuff, it's still going to take more money. So keep in mind, we have to determine, this governing body has to determine how invested they want to be in their transit system. I guess it's basically the hard question. How much do you want to invest in transit?
Ms. Allen, can I ask a question before you move on from transit?
Yes, sir.
Do you see public transit as just being solely buses, or do you see room for Augusta to perhaps look into more, I guess, modern ways of getting people to and fro, microbuses, ride share programs, trot? What do you see? What is your take on public transit as it stands with what we're saying we need additional money to keep the operation going as it is? Do you see room for us to kind of move things around, maybe cut a little? Okay, I'm not advocating, I'm just throwing it out there. Cut a little from the main operation and then take the money that we do recoup and put it into microtransit.
Yes, me and Ms. Daughtery and Mr. Jackson have had conversations about microtransit. Because, it's easy to get the federal funds to do certain things, and we, of course, have to match it. But we are stuck with the maintenance of the operations of those big, large buses, and to the point we don't have 7 to 10 people riding them. So we need smaller buses because it'll take smaller operations, amount of funding for the operation. So yes, sir, we are looking at that.
Because, we go to Daytona, we go to other cities, and there may or may not be a video of me on a scooter riding around somewhere.
Yes, it is.
There may or may not be.
I got it.
But in a city like Augusta, say you have we're trying to increase employment from Harrisburg, and they're trying to get into downtown, and the bus may not be efficient. They can hop on a scooter and get to downtown that way. So I'm thinking those types of strategic investments could also improve how we move people around. And the transit authority conversation is great, but you look at Atlanta and other places, their transit is buses, streetcar, the Lime scooters. There's a number of methods that people are using to get from to and from. So I hope that, as Augusta expands, as we, do more, we'll start looking at things like that. And some of that stuff can take a policy change,
Yes.
to allow for scooters in downtown and
Yes.
things of that nature.
That's correct. Thank you.
But there may be a video, I'm not sure.
Susan's looking for it right now. So Savannah does have those things. And if you go down to their main site right downtown, you'll see where they have bicycles and things of that nature that they offer. But it is an authority, but they do offer those services.
I was gonna say, I've been in conversation with both planning and Ms. Daughtery, and it's been so beneficial because there's so many people in the inner city that are trying to get to jobs in other places, and talks of the microtransit has been ongoing, so hopefully in the next few weeks, we'll be bringing that to the floor. And I'm grateful because there's already been conversation from the dais in support of transit. So I'm hoping that will stay that way. And my colleagues that have been saying that they would support a move for transit, and just seeing how important it is, because as we're talking about funding and we're talking about all of these different things, as we change the trajectory of people's lives, and they're able to get to higher paying jobs, be it with the government or other places, that's going to change the whole landscape of our city. So it's that complete full circle of how do we get from this point to that point to that point. And so then some of these discussions become a lot easier.
I think Commissioner Pullum has thrown us a couple of hints in that.
I did.
Yes, ma'am.
I just want to say, and I know I sound like a broken record here, but with all these discussions going on with transit, any way that we can bring this to where people can use a phone to buy tickets instead of going and having to get a paper ticket. I mean, I think that would help. I mean, people today use phones for everything. They've got their Cash Apps or Zelles or Venmos or whatever, everything programmed into here. And, I mean, it may, somebody may say, well, I'll just take a bus, you know, and they can just instead of having to go buy a paper ticket. I mean, you know, or I just think if that could just be explored, I'm sure it will cost some money, but I mean, I think it's time to bring it into the, whatever century we're in right now. I mean, we talk about college kids and stuff riding the bus too. I mean, you know, it's not just people that, you know, inner city have to get to South Augusta and back. I mean, you've got a whole segment of kids that might ride into downtown or something if they have to, but I mean, everything they do, high school kids, everything is on this phone, and if there's just some way that process could ever be brought into transit, I think it would help.
So it goes to the efficiency of what we're doing. And I think, Ms. Daugherty, do they have an option to?
Currently, they don't on the fare boxes that we have. You would have to purchase new fare boxes. And the problem with that is, once again, funding, because fare boxes can cost you like $20,000 for one box. So we are having conversations with some agencies. We did an RFI a while back to get some information and look at other agencies and what they're doing in bringing that technology to fruition.
Can I ask you something, because I don't ride the bus a lot, but is there, if somebody wants to get a ticket, is the only place to go Broad Street, or are there outlets all around that someone could go and purchase a weekly pass or whatever? Is downtown on Broad Street the only place they can?
Currently, they can only go to Broad Street, but they can come to the facility where I am at Reed City. Kiosks is set up.
Okay. Thank you.
So those are some things, again, that's, to Ms. Daugherty's point, we're going to have to fund. So, and I'll be honest, many people that I talk to about the bus say it takes too long. So if I have a job, I don't get there, I'm late because we don't have, the buses are not on schedule, which I know Ms. Daugherty and them doing everything they can, but they just can't make it to a certain place on time because there's not enough buses. Or they're just not, they're not fast enough. It takes, you know, I've ridden the bus before just to see it myself, and I wanted to go to the mall, of course, and by the time they said I was going to get to the mall, and Ms. Daugherty knows this, I said, Lord, by the time I get there, you know, I might as well have ridden the bicycle or walked, you know, because I had to go there, go to the transfer facility, buy a ticket, and tell me if I'm wrong, Ms. Daugherty, buy the transfer ticket from the transfer facility, then get on another bus and wait till that bus. If that bus had already gone, I had to wait till the next transfer. I was like, oh my God, I got to do that to go to the mall? So by then, it's time to get an Uber. Do you see what I'm saying? So we have to make it, for our millennials and our high schools, we have to make it something that they really wanted to get on and find it advantageous. And right now, it's just not advantageous unless you just really don't have a vehicle and you need to get somewhere. And to Ms. Slindeck's point, Commissioner Slindeck's point, you don't want it just for that reason. You want it to be something that everybody would like to be able to participate in because they can just not have to drive their own vehicle.
Ms. Allen?
Yes, ma'am.
Can I just state that what you're saying about the timing of the buses, that's one of those things that is going to be in that RFP that we have to have a consultant look at.
Okay.
But I can honestly say, being the director of the department, I've ridden the bus myself, and it drove me crazy. But it that long to get where I'm going, I know that our ridership will feel the same way.
That's right.
Especially if they have to be somewhere on time.
Exactly.
That's like them, they lose a job.
So our next budget concern for 2026 is $2.1 million projected deficit in streetlights. That has been another can that this organization has kicked down the road for quite some time. We know that currently we're looking at an audit being conducted. That audit itself, just to see what we have. This is not the agreement. To make sure everybody's clear, it's the actual audit. This has been something that I think has been discussed for the last year or so. But that audit would consist of a $540,000 charge to audit what we currently have. Then there will be a proposal brought back to the governing body on what it's going to cost to participate in another agency taking over our streetlight program. So we don't know yet if that's going to be, but we have to look at right now, we're at a $2.1 million projected deficit. Another department that gets our funding is Housing and Community Development. General Fund gives $628,000 and Urban Services contributes about $1 million. So we're talking about $1.7 million is given to Housing and Community Development to supplement their operations. So these are other areas that affect our budget decisions.
Ms. Allen.
Yes.
We both said the same thing. Okay, for the streetlights, where are we at with, I know we were in the midst of, I don't know at what point we were at. Are we in a negotiation process with Georgia Power? Are we trying to get them to meet us at a certain dollar amount? Where are we at with that?
So the contract should be signed right now. I'm thinking it's in legals.
I think it's.
I think it's last week.
Okay.
We had to work out an identity issue that's resolved last week.
It was resolved, so that's where, so this will change, there's gonna be more discussion now that Georgia
There's going to be
Power-
more discussion. They're going to have to do the audit, and the audit won't be complete by year end. So we don't know how long the audit is going to actually take, but the audit is going to take the ARPA funds that Tim was referring to earlier, the $540,000 that would have to be paid to them, would have to be for that audit.
Okay, I'm sorry, because maybe I missed something. So the audit is for,
Georgia Power to actually go out and assess every street light that we have.
okay,
Yes, ma'am.
but we signed the contract
For them to proceed. Yes,
for
ma'am.
them to proceed with that portion, not to actually take over.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. For them to conduct the audit is what the agreement is, not for them to proceed with taking it over. But for them, after they do the audit, they'll come back with the recommended cost.
Okay, so Georgia Power is performing the audit?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so they're performing, who's overseeing them? Because they're performing an audit, but they're also trying to be our provider for the street lighting. So how does that work?
As I understand it, that went through engineering.
Okay, so can you explain that? Because it's like, isn't that a conflict of interest to a certain degree, or we're trusting them to perform the audit correctly, even though they're actually trying to take over?
So they're just performing the audit on the condition assessment, so we as engineer and staff should be able to manage that and see, and then they will come back, not only to take over the city-owned line, fix problems, but overall upgrade the system and what it's gonna cost and what the unit rate will be for the city to pay them. So they already signed some documents for conflict of interest, or right now, it's not that, it's not there, we will be able to manage that conflict.
Okay, so we're going to review that audit that they're doing, correct? And we
Yes,
know
ma'am.
what we're looking for. Because you see where I'm coming
Yes,
from,
ma'am.
right?
Yes, yes.
If I want the job, then I can make it. I'm not saying Georgia Power will do that, they've been a great partner, but that kind of, it doesn't balance out.
Yes, ma'am. So you're talking about, exactly, checks and balances.
Yes, ma'am.
So somebody on our team needs to look at what they come back with as it relates to the audit, and I think
And be
Dr.
able to
Dr.
assess
Malik's
it.
office is gonna do that, his traffic group is
And
gonna
be
do
able
that.
to assess it appropriately.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right, thank you.
I didn't know, Commissioner.
Yeah, so Ms. Allen, so this is just the remaining inventory of lights that they're doing the audit on. I think it's like 7,000 amount of lights that's remaining, correct? Yeah, so they're already managing some of the lights already, correct?
So we can audit this, but they will also come back for how the price tag. How many cost to upgrade 6,000 lights city on, but they will also upgrade some of their own lights to the LED type lights, dimensional lights, and that cost will be also presented to the city. Then there will be cost recovery for 10-year period. They're gonna allocate how much the cost is and what the recovery is in 10 years. That's above and beyond what the O&M or operation and maintenance costs will be, so. So the rate if we charge now $85 for account apartment, most likely will go up because they have to recover the cost.
Commissioner Clark?
Well, and I think that's where we're gonna have to get more clarity, and I think it'll come with the audit, because if I'm not mistaken, when I talked to our local Georgia Power rep, they'll be presenting the audit, and they'll be talking about, the cost savings over time, and if it's gonna result in rate increases. This was, but the body, you all voted on this, I think, a year or two ago. So this predates myself and Commissioner Slindak, but it's just kind of been in a holding pattern to get to this point of moving forward with it.
Okay, any other questions on that? The other budget concern is, and this is something that we have held back on, I know the governing body has approved for us to proceed with our waste hauler, but there were other things that was discussed in previous meetings and things that have been established as it relates to our garbage collection fund. Now, there are some things that are included in our garbage collection fund that really truly make sense because they are related to, of course, our waste. However, we want to make sure that we are charging our citizenry the appropriate charge, and when we make that decision or recommendation for it to go to the governing body, for it to be included on our tax bills. Keeping in mind what you'll see is the 2025 budget, and before we've spoken about the ancillary costs, and it's really not necessarily ancillary costs, it's really operational costs. As we dive deeper into it, we realize these are some of the operation costs that are associated with the garbage collection fund. And Dr. Malik normally had like a 9.7 million. If we had this, it'd be great for us to be able to operate. But of course, we know that is not what we have in our 2025 budget. So what you'll see is the projected needed amount, and then you'll also see the 2025 budget. So you'll see really it's like a $3 million difference in what has really been put in the budget, but what he actually recommends for the budget. Any questions on that? Because that is another concern that we'll have to look at.
How are we currently funding demolition right now?
Demolition right now, we have, do we have any funds? No, we don't have any in 2025.
So there's no dollars for demolition this year at all right now?
Do we have any remaining funds from ARPA?
Yeah.
What's the amount? And is that carry over through the departments? I mean, like, so any other fund through engineering or the environmental aspect of it, we don't have any dollars for demolition?
No, sir. Other than the ARPA funds that have been allocated, and those have to be spent again in 2026, by 2026. Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry, Commissioner Johnson,
For now, I'm fine.
There were,
Okay. The next item, of course, and this is, I'm gonna go back to the next slide. I wanna look at the NGOs. That has been another discussion. How do you guys, how does the governing body wanna address the needs of our non-governmental organizations? These agencies right here alone make up roughly about $3.2 million of our budget, given to those various organizations. Now, I'm not here to advocate for stopping to support our NGOs. They do great things in our community. But I do want you to keep in mind that this is what it's costing this government. Looking at other agencies, neighboring agencies, they don't support NGOs. And I've been told by a neighboring agency, we take care of our own first. Before we worry about any outside agencies, we have to take care of our governmental needs.
They also don't have the issues Augusta have either.
That is that's a very valid point.
We're talking about Columbia County. Columbia County doesn't have the issues Augusta has, so, I mean.
That's a very valid point, even though Commissioner Johnson, I didn't disclose who. But
I'm just gonna put it.
It's a valid point that the demographics, the situations, then the things that we deal with in Richmond County are different than what our neighboring counties deal with. But we still have to keep that in mind. It is costing $3.2 million on just that.
Do we have an idea what the NGOs are doing with the money that we give them?
Yes, they all fill in the documentation. They all submit everything, saying they're doing these great things for Augusta, and that's what we get. And I'm not saying they're not, so please don't take it as that. I'm just saying we really have to evaluate, because it's easy when they come up there and say, you know, I'm doing this and this is great to our governing body, and we get there and the governing body says, Ms. Allen or finance, find a way to fund it. Okay, what are we going to do on our end? What are we going to, delete on the operation side? Because as you see, it's only $40 million the general fund has out of the $206 million.
So so let's use for instance mosquito control, 225. And then on the previous slide, we had mosquito control coming out of the garbage control for 400 grand. Well, 240 grand. Who's the recipient of the 225? And is it the same for the garbage control as well?
Yes, it is.
Okay, all right. So is that an additional 225 on top of the 240 that we already given?
Yes, sir, because they came back before the governing body and asked for an increase. Now to note the mosquito control, because I asked, what does other agencies do? Again, some of them don't have a mosquito control. However, this was something that we, and I say we as a governing body, reached out to them for. They did not start it with us, from what I understand, in talking to the staff and leadership over there. We reached out to them and asked them would they sponsor that. So, years ago. Again, these are decisions that have started years ago.
Yeah, I think a lot of these, I'm fine with keeping them, but I think it would be interesting to know exactly what the money's going towards. Because if we're putting $500,000 into mosquito control, that's a lot of money for mosquito control. The way I control mosquitoes is by going to get a can of oil. So, $500,000 is quite a bit of money. And then we're looking at other groups on here too. I don't know what some of these folks are doing with the money. So, I think it'd be helpful for us to kind of at least be presented with what they're doing.
And we can get you that information. We'll make sure that's something that's sent to you. All of them have to justify their needs.
Yeah.
Yes, sir?
Ms. Allen, I'm so thankful you put this one up here, because I think this one is something we really need to dig deeper into. I think it's with anything, you got to determine what's the ROI, what's the benefit. Is there a supplemental aspect to this that it's a service the county or the city should provide that we're not providing, and these entities are providing? So, although I appreciate supporting our nonprofits and our specific agency partners, we really need to do a deep dive analysis into this to determine the feasibility of this. For us to be a sustainable contributor to keeping some of these nonprofits' doors open, I don't think we should be in that business. But again, I like to see us dig deeper into this. Can you clarify what that EH project stormwater is?
Is that the Ezekiel, that's not the Ezekiel house, is it, Tim?
Say, special project stormwater, that's what you're talking about.
Yeah, what is
The
it?
houses on down. The fourth one from 1, 2, 3.
Do we know what that is?
Fifth from the-
Oh, I see, I'm sorry. It is, the Ezekiel house is already upstairs, I'm sorry. The EH,
I mean, it says stormwater, Dr. Lee, you know what that is?
I know you can't
See
see me,
my
either.
point?
I'm
We don't
sitting
even
right
know
here.
what this stuff
EH
is.
special project.
If we don't know what it is, we don't know what they're doing.
Rachel, do you have that?
It just says stormwater from.
All right, so I think this is a great kind of understanding of, I'd like to see us kind of deep dive into this one. I mean, we really need to get we need to break this up because, I mean, it's great that we're supporting community and organizations and providing services, but to this tune, yeah.
That's the second part of the mosquito control.
More mosquito money.
So it's two separate lines for
Yeah,
mosquito
one
control.
stormwater, and another something from that.
Almost $1 million for mosquito control.
Yeah.
All right.
Almost $1 million for mosquito control.
Yes, sir?
You know, no different than what Commissioner Park just brought up, as well as Commissioner Johnson. You know, it showed that the mosquito control gets a lot of money given to them, even though that's a state-run facility. I think what we ought to do is, here in the future, is naturally, you can't cut it off in 1 year. Phase it out over the next 3 years, 4 years. Because if you look at 2023 budget versus the 2025, that's $740,000 difference in money, hard money. And we had the sheriff, we had Marshall come up before us looking for money. You know, we got to set our priorities right. What are we going to do?
And when we brought a recommendation to the governing body to do a percentage of a cut reduction, to your point, Commissioner Guilfoyle, to do a percentage across the board, we were told not to. So, again, we have to look at those tough decisions because it's easy for us to say in a retreat, but when we get there and these agencies sitting in the audience and raising their hand and saying all the great things they do for the city, we say don't touch them.
Well, I think.
But then let's look at a percentage of a cut across the governing body and give another department an increase. So it's the decisions that our leadership, it's the stance that you guys have to take.
Yeah, but we have to have the adequate information to make those stances properly. If we come here and say we're just going to take a percentage of everybody, what the Ezekiel Harris House needs may be a little bit different than what the Augusta Arts Council needs. So all need isn't created equal. But if we have almost $1 million going towards mosquito control in 3 different places, then we know that we can cut back on mosquito control. So across the board cut without adequate information doesn't help us. Safe Homes, $8,000. I'm not saying that Safe Homes isn't a good organization because they do great things. But how much of a dent is $8,000 really doing for what they're doing for their organization? So if we're going to be brought the option to make these decisions, I expect to have the information that we need to make an adequate decision, not just going across the board. Because if you cut 2%, 3%, 4% from the Downtown Development Authority, that substantially cuts their ability to do the work of the DDA. Same with the Land Bank, same with the Development Authority, so all need isn't created equal. I mean, even with like the Alliance for Fort Gordon, I'm all for our military community, but I'm not sure what the 25 grand is going towards. And doesn't seem like anybody else knows either. So like, I think what we have to do is do a deep dive into what these agencies are doing, what they're receiving. Because a lot of what we're asking, we need them for, but we just don't have the information at our disposal to make an educated decision.
And I agree 100% with what you're saying, Commissioner Johnson, but guess what? We say all that, we give you guys all information, and they show up in the commission chamber, raise their hand.
But we don't.
And I tell you,
we don't get the information.
I don't disagree, and we'll get you that information. But what I'm saying is, what they'll do is show up at the meeting, and they're gonna. If I'm one of those agencies, I'm gonna tell you all the great things I'm doing for this community. None of them gonna get up there and say, no, what you have in that report is not everything. I do this, I bring people here, I give I bring all the economic money. That's what they say.
Well, that.
Everything I do is great for this community. I teach kids how to play tennis, I do it volunteer. They're all gonna say that. I'm just saying, let's be honest that that's what they're going to do. I can give you all the dynamics, all the documentation, all the applications. To your point, I totally agree. But I do just want us to understand that once it comes time for the budget and they come to those meetings, they're going to get up there and not one of them are going to say that they're not doing something great for this community. So that's how it gets to be so difficult. I think those are the difficult decisions.
I agree. And I think that's no different than even like having contract management on the other side too. Because if you're telling the building company that we're going to cut back on them, they're going to tell us that they need the money too. So we need to be more intentional as a government in how we analyze what these folks are doing.
Yes, sir.
How we can point to what the DDA and what the land bank and what the development authority is doing. We can point to what some of these folks are doing. But if you can't point to it, we got to have some type of system in place to figure out, are we getting our return for their investment? Same thing with other contracts in other places. We're not doing it.
I agree. And this is just the beginning. This is just, so I just want to get y'all ready. This is just the ones that are not approved by contract. These are the ones that are obligated by contracts, 4.3. So when we talked about a little over 7 million, you add that 4.3 million here with the over 3 million before, these are the things that we have some type of a contractual agreement in place to provide these funds. The library gets nearly $3 million.
What is 878 engineering?
Tim, can you address 878 engineering? The Junior Achievement Discovery, which I understand that was something, I do recall the governing body approving that. But the largest impact to the obligations by contract is the library.
We've contracted 50,000 with West Augusta Soccer. Are some of these contracts able to be? I mean, are they month to month? Are they by term? Like the Junior Achievement is to 28. Can some of these be cut along the way?
Yes, sir. And I defer to legal because I think all of our contracts have a clause in it that allows us to do termination with adequate notice. But
I'm not familiar with all the contracts off the top of my head, but we certainly could look and see which ones could be terminated.
I mean, 9 grand, Garrett Community Center, I'm gonna get off my horse. I'll get off of it.
And again, Commissioner Johnson, I see where you're going. To the point, these have been decisions that have been made for the past few years over time, maybe even before your time. These are decisions and agreements that have been put in place before some of the governing bodies sitting here today. I mean, these are just, and they've just built up.
So are you saying that these are not, these are contracted, so we can't really mess with this right now until they're contractual now?
We can look at it, and that's what I think Mr. Plunkett is saying. We can look to see if there's a termination clause that we can end any of these respective agreements and bring them back to the governing body. But these are agreements that we actually have documented contracts with.
Right. And then the slide you showed before that, those are things that we are going to deep dive.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
There's several there that I was wondering about, so, okay, good.
To your knowledge, Ms. Allen, do you know if the DFAC's allocation was for the construction of their building, or is that operations or anything in that regard?
That's for operations.
That's operations.
Yes.
So the Department of Public Health, or Health Public, we give them a building for $1 year, $1 a year, and then we still give them $929,000. And we maintain that building. Is that correct?
We do.
Yes, sir.
That's another thing. We have some funny leases. They're not on this presentation, but we have some leases that we lease people things for $1, and we still take care of the maintenance costs.
Are we reimbursed any from the state whatsoever?
No, sir.
What about this grass cutting we do for the GDOT highways? Are we reimbursed for that?
Dr. Malik?
Reimbursement for grass cuttings for the GDOT roads.
Yeah, it's,
You should just come up here.
Is what?
from $48.
Say that.
He said
48,000.
48,000 in reimbursement.
And what does it cost us? 1.3?
So that's 13.1 miles, underline miles in the city area, which the city of to maintain. So it's around 2,500 per underline miles. So it costs a lot more than what they pay. Yeah.
So how do we get out of that obligation? It was picked up for a reason. How do we undo it?
I mean, we can terminate that, the city can terminate it, and then, we're gonna maintain it. Like, John C. Callan, all other things, so.
So, thank you, Dr. Malik. Those are some of the problems that, again, we're faced with.
Ms. Allen?
Yes, ma'am?
The ARC library, that's the one that we just give it and they give it back.
This is what we use. They don't give us all of this back. This is actually what supplements the library.
Right. But it goes, they don't keep it.
They do keep that, yes. So when they came and asked for additional monies, those additional monies increased that amount. Yes, ma'am?
Did somebody ask the question of what 878 engineering is?
Yes.
That's housing of equipment or something during emergency disasters or something. I don't know. That's what I was told. They're gonna get more information. I think what is somewhat concerning is that we have more contracted obligations budgeted than we do just general nonprofits. And the general nonprofits that we have are giving us more in return for what some of these contracted obligations are giving us, with the exception maybe of the Department of Public Health. So, I mean, I think we really should figure out how we manage these conversations and who are the contract administrators for some of these organizations and groups too.
Yes, sir. Okay.
This is gonna be a follow-on, right?
Yes, and this information will be posted on our website for everybody to get to review our citizens, get to look at. We actually have our citizen survey that ends June 30th. I'd encourage everybody to take that survey, complete that survey, all of our citizens. And we're going to also give them an opportunity to give us some input. So to go back to the other things that I think we do need to consider. Most other agencies, and our agency has not been very good at this, but we did it based on what our budget looks like. And making sure that we have a cost of living increase. Now you're saying, Ms. Allen, you're saying all these other things, and we're doing this, and we need to take a look at that. Augusta has some great employees. They do. And I don't want anybody to think, based on some of the information that we're providing to you today, that we don't have great people doing great things, and some going above and beyond. But when you look at your other agencies, not just your neighboring agencies, they have a built-in cost of living increase every year. You can't be sporadic and think people are going to stay here. You have to be intentional in what we're doing. So you have to have something like an annual increase. Now, if you have people that are not performing, you need to make sure you do what you need to do. So you don't hold back giving COLAs to people because you do have some non-performers. Every organization has some non-performers. It's the way you handle those non-performers that make the difference. So I do want us to start looking at making sure annually. I think Columbus had in their budget a 3% increase across the board. Other agencies do it every year. They've never heard of, why don't y'all do it? So I've been talking to other agencies because that's how you benchmark how you're proceeding and how you keep employees. If we want to start changing the morale, we want to start changing the culture, we have to start by actually offering those employees some kind of incentive to say, it's worth it. Yes, we have great benefits. That sounds great. I think Ms. Rookett in finance, Tim and those do a great job. We know that's gonna have to increase, but they do a great job in getting benefits and giving us benefits. But I'll be honest with you, 32 years ago when I came here, I didn't care about the benefits. The benefits meant nothing to me. I wanted to get to work, get out of there, deuces. Some days I wanted to say deuces, and probably at 20-something years old I could. Because I was still staying with my parents and I really didn't care, and I knew my dad would take care of me. So that's the mindset in some of the people that we have now. It's even different because they're looking at it like I can go get something else. I was looking at it then, I was like, y'all stay here a little while, 5 years is the top. Then opportunities came, and then I started maturing. Then I realized how good the benefits were. But it took me some time to realize how good the benefits were. I guess is what I'm saying. So we have to do just more than just the benefits, because that doesn't keep people anymore. It keeps old timers like me, but it doesn't keep people that's just coming on board, because that's not in your mind. I'm going to retire from here. That was never in my mindset that I would be retired from the city of Augusta. 5 years was the max. And with my background, I knew I could go make plenty more money. So it wasn't the thing that kept me here. What kept me here is I enjoyed what I was doing, I was working with great people, and I felt like I was making an impact. So you have to give people something to keep them here. Benefits cost share is another concern. Tim touched on that. We have not changed those benefit costs. So you're saying, well, Ms. Allen, you want to look at a percentage of an increase, COLA, but then you're going to increase the charge to the employee. That's not the right thing to do at the same time. So you don't do it by percentage, because that's how we've done it in the past. It increased, then the small percentage that we did do years ago increased as well. So I'm like the employee, okay, you give me more money, but you just give me more money to pay for these benefits. What we're looking at implementing is a dollar increase. A dollar amount increase, not a $1, let me make sure, a dollar amount increase. So those are some of the things that we've been talking about, but keep in mind, anything that we do is going to take a phased-in approach. Because the money, we just too much in a situation that won't allow for us to make one immediate change that's going to really impact it. So those are some of the things also that are going to have to be considered. Okay. Before we go to lunch, we'll look at some of the governing bodies' priorities. We asked members of the governing body to take a survey. And again, we have our citizen survey that is out there now for our citizens to take. We have not gotten the participation we would like, which is normal. So we're pushing and pushing and pushing for our citizens to partake in it. Because we all know it's easy to complain about something, but you don't give us the feedback that we need. That's another thing that we have to do, is to win over the trust of our citizens. Because some of them are saying, I'm not taking that survey because you're not going to do anything to change it. So it's a trust factor. And so we have to show them some type of response to that. So I am encouraging again and again and again while it's streaming. Hopefully people will go to their website right now and take the survey if they're looking at this meeting. And hopefully Susan can push it again, because she did have it in one of her articles. I read your article, Susan. And we can encourage the citizens to take this survey. So some of the comments when we asked about the priorities and what you want to focus on, as you can see, the biggest one is street and sidewalk repairs, maintenance. Then we looked at law enforcement. And the next one was utilities, water and sewer. And of course, it started going to code enforcement and economic development and internal operations and city staff. Those are the priorities that were shared by 5 of our constituents, 5 of our commissioners, I'm sorry. And our governing body, because I don't know what 5. These were the 5. Yep. These are the priorities. So it's going to be interesting to see what are the citizens' priorities and how they match up with what our governing body wants to see. Some of the comments from the pre-survey: want to cut any duplicate services with departments, expand grass cutting, Reduce spending on programs that can be taken care of by nonprofits. Privatize HR, since we sub so much operations to ADP. Reduce staff levels to 2015 employee level. Have so many more employees in services that has not gotten us any better. Eliminate and sell underutilized parks, which is another thing that's coming back before you. The report from ISM in September regarding the divestment recommendation in regards to our parks. Just as you've probably seen the news story in comparison when it came to the Richmond County Board of Education and the number of schools compared to the rest of the agencies, and now they're looking at that. They're making some drastic changes, cuts, reductions in staff. Those are some of the things that we're going to have to look at when it comes to our facilities and parks. Departments for review: Parks and Recreation, Public Transit, and Animal Service. Hire a landfill director. Hold the Development Authority to come up with solutions on the Lake Olmsted Stadium. Reduce the public information offices to just the administrator's office, since all information is sent to the administrator already. Any staff members that has no business in the chambers during commission meeting need to be working in their real position. Hyde Park and all recreation parks still have lights on after hours, and we have a deficit in street lights. All purchases need to be made by third quarter. Regular maintenance of easements and keeping drainage ditches clean. Cut the budget by 5%, which, keep in mind, again, if it is going to be any respective cut, it needs to be cut across the board. But keeping in mind, to Tim's point earlier, it affects everybody differently. So to Commissioner Johnson's point, you really need to do a deep dive in how it's going to affect those departments, those smaller departments. Implement an incentive program to where any department saves over 10% of their budget, you'll give the employees an incentive pay. I can assure you, everybody will find a reason and a way to do that if you give them that. But how does it really truly reflect your operation after that first year and after that's taken care of? Get health insurance under control, increase it to a 60-40 cost share. And would like to see some information on where the stormwater fees are spent. I can assure you that it's something that we're working with Dr. Malik on. We've identified a number of things in regards to stormwater, and most of it is personnel. However, keeping in mind, when the project or the program was implemented, the allocations to some of these positions were approved by the governing body to implement in that way. And, I'm sorry.
It's on the screen, it's not okay.
Oh, okay. And expand recreational offerings for everyone. Transit expansion, infrastructure improvements, lot maintenance, and blight reduction. So those are the comments that we received, again, from 5 members of the governing body with some of the things that you want to see. I will say that we have started implementing some of these. I open the floor to anybody have any response or questions in regards to the items that they've seen from the governing body. Ms.
I
Khalil?
would like to admit out loud that my survey was late, and I know that because public transit was actually on lines, and I sent you a text message apologizing for it.
Yes, ma'am.
But that's one of the ones that I had on my survey, so I know mine was not accounted for, which is okay, but I did want to state that out loud.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else have any comments, responses, questions regarding the information that we received?
I want to add that the last bullet about blight reduction is so important. Lot maintenance and blight reduction are first cousins, right? Actually, they're brother and sister. If you go around District 1, District 2, you see a lot of empty lots because there was blighted property there before. Last year alone, we were able to knock down, I think, like maybe 400 something blighted properties in the area, which is good because what happens is, you know what a blighted property does in a neighborhood. You know, I mean, the broken window syndrome is real. But the issue that we have and the gap that we're not connecting is what happens from the moment you have that blight removed and the lot there, how do we connect it to some type of development? And I think we were onto something a couple of years ago when we allocated, I think it was maybe $1 million or something like that to the land bank. That money was designated for them to acquire and incentivize development. We took that money back from them to balance our budget. What I want to really recommend today is that we need to fully fund our blight reduction program. We got it up to like maybe 700 something thousand one year. We have to fully fund that program. And why do I say that? Because when you have a neighborhood like, let's use Bethlehem for an example, where you have row after row after row after row of nothing but blighted properties. Those are properties that can be transformed into taxable properties, whether that is through selling a piece of property or turning that home back over into being a piece of property that somebody can buy. You can get it back on the tax rolls. That needs to be something that we really focus on, because we see in other counties, we talk about our other counties, we see in our other counties that they are outpacing us in their housing. They're creating more housing for their communities, which means their tax rolls they're generating more revenue because of the work that they're doing with blight reduction. So when I saw we had nothing in the budget for demolition, I could have bit my tongue off, because we look for ways to generate new revenue, but we have 2 districts right now with just as many blighted properties as we do occupied properties that can eventually become affordable housing or attainable housing that adds value to our tax rolls for more revenue generation. Some of them can't be maintained, some of them have to be demolished, but if we don't have money in our budget or programs in place to help create those opportunities like Detroit, like Atlanta, like Charlotte and Greenville, we're going to continue to see ourselves go down this cycle. That's a 30-year problem that we've been having in these districts. So I've been saying this every budget cycle since I've been elected, we've got to fully fund blight reduction, got to fully fund it. And the only way that we can do that is by really sitting down with the folks who have that in their wheelhouse. The engineering department, housing, land bank, economic development, so forth and so on. So I don't want to belabor that, but I do want to throw it out there for the record that that has to be something we have to take as a big priority.
Ms. Allen?
Yes, sir.
It's the money that we gave to the land bank for demolition and other incentives. Did they demo any houses that we're aware of?
Now, we took the 500,000 back to balance the budget, to assist us in balancing the budget.
What
And
about the other half?
Half of it was for property acquisition, and the other half was for property development. So
I know that over these past 14 years that I'm aware of is that we have always put money to the blighted areas, demolition of houses, even when the previous director of the landfill was doing it in-house. But my challenge is that I'm seeing, I know that my colleague was talking about, selling it and putting it back on the tax rolls. But the challenge that I see is that when we demo a house, the property, if it's not paid for by the landowner, it goes into the land bank. And when the land bank either sells or gives it away, we get nothing out of it whatsoever. I think it was $36,000 as of last year on recouping our money. I do realize that we do need to demo houses, but there's also going to be some kind of method or methodology on how we can incentivize people to build there versus, I think, through HCD, which we give a lot of money to developers to build the houses, and they reap the rewards. I don't know if it gets put on the tax rolls.
So if I can add, because I agree with what Commissioner Guilfoyle is saying to a degree, I want to use Marion Homes for an example. Marion Homes is probably one of the most, outside of the Pine Street development, I think Marion Homes is another great example of what can happen when you go in with infrastructure improvements and work alongside the land bank and the city to revitalize the neighborhood. Marion Homes was an area that you just didn't want to go through, not even just that night, but even when the sun is out, you just didn't want to go through it. You go through that neighborhood now and you have homes selling for over $200,000 in that neighborhood because of the investments that this city made in infrastructure improvements, and blight reduction and partnerships through HCD to do buildings. And so, I mean, the blueprint has already been laid out. I think the key here is that the city has to determine what does those programs look like across the city. Mary Holmes, Laney Walker, I mean, I know Harrisburg is on our radars as well, but you even have places out in South Augusta that can use some of our love as well. So the playbook has been put out, but I just don't understand how we can just not fund demolition when you have buildings on Broad that needs to be demolished, buildings in neighborhoods need to be demolished. That's going to take partnership between landowner and the government, honestly. So,
And also going to take some changes in our ordinances as well.
absolutely, absolutely.
I think you hit on that earlier. The
Yeah.
ordinances have to be changed.
Yeah.
I do want to ask a question, just for clarity. Some of that money that the land bank actually makes from the sale of the properties goes to actually fund their organization, correct?
Yes.
Okay, because we don't fund the salaries, however, the body does need, or Augusta, Georgia does need the land bank, because there are certain real estate deals that are done that we cannot participate in. So that quasi-arm is in fact needed to make those real estate deals happen, which is why the state formed the land banks and gave approval for our local governments to have land banks. Is that correct?
From what I understand, is that correct, Mr. Plunkett? Is a legal form, but
General, that's part of the function of land banks.
Right.
But then generally, therefore, trying to get underperforming or untaxed properties back in the taxable things.
So they are in fact doing their job, and they're not requesting more money. I mean, they may need more money at some point, but they are trying to be self-sustaining. So the sales of those properties is actually possibly benefiting us, because through the sales of those properties, they are able to fund themselves. Is that?
I don't believe they're 100%, self-funded in that
Right.
regard. They obviously work with the city of Augusta from time to time. They work with the tax commissioner relative to some foreclosures in that regard. I think whether or not they're successful or not is kind of, depending on how you're talking to it, what's your metrics of success. But they certainly have put many properties back in developed positions, and typically they don't sell properties unless there is a plan to redevelop the property.
So the proceeds do in fact go to their operating costs, or whatever costs they need. Is that correct or incorrect?
I believe that's correct. I don't know the finances, that's correct. Leslie, I'm sorry.
And so maybe if there's questions, I know they did one presentation before, maybe we can ask for that information. I'm sure it's available for us to review if we have questions about how they are funded.
yes, ma'am, we'll put that on
Thank
the
you.
list. You're welcome. Any additional questions? I think I heard Commissioner Lewis say, all right, it's time to eat. So I'm going to ask Commissioner Lewis to bless the food,
Yes, ma'am.
and then we'll get started.
Let us pray. Father God, we come asking your blessing upon this food that we're about to receive. God, we pray that when you bless it, that it not only nourishes our bodies to be of service to you, but that it might nourish our bodies and our hands to be of service to humanity. These blessings we ask in your Son, Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
How is the land bank showing accountability?
That's a good question, but we're going to have them come back, I think, to Commissioner Pulliam's. We're going to have them come and present for us as part of this budget process.
Today?
Oh, no, sir. No, sir. We'll have that. We'll have a work session prior to us making some decisions on the budget, 2026 budget, if that'll work for you.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I just came here to eat. I'm thinking.
Okay. Any other questions? Anybody from any of our department heads have anything that they feel they need to, you know, we're going to have various work sessions, but if anything that they need to bring to the attention of the governing body today? Seeing none? Okay.
One thing, I know, like my department's small, so we don't have a lot of projects or capital needs like the utility needs and stuff. But we keep talking about technology. That my budget will not accommodate the upgrades we're gonna need. So is that gonna be a consideration in the budget process for all these departments? We want to go, I agree, we should use technology to our advantage, but with that comes a cost.
Yes.
And it's not an initial cost, it's also an annual cost.
That's correct.
So that needs, is that going to be a consideration from administrative standpoint or as cost when it comes to?
Maintenance?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. And, you know, I think your administrator knows a little bit about that. So you're exactly right. Anything that we do, any new implementation of a system that we do, we have to balance it. We will have maintenance costs, but keep in mind the improved efficiency. You're getting something tangible for it, so yes.
That's it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. White. So just to, again, thank the team that helped put all this together, the information that has been working with me diligently for the past 8 to 9 months. Our administrative team, everybody knows Mr. Jackson, who's been wearing multiple hats. I thought I did something back in the day when I wore double hats for 9 years. Mr. Jackson is wearing a hat, then he changed another hat, then he changed another hat. So he has done a great job in helping us get through this, as well as participating in our administrative decisions. As well as everybody knows Maddie from our administration, and the great job that she brings on and the knowledge that she brings forth, as well as our administrative team, Natasha Daly and Tanya Jeter, who, I don't know, I can't say enough about the two of them. They keep me moving, they say what they need to say, and they mean what they say. So I appreciate that, as well as, of course, Ms. Collins, who has done a great job in supporting us as well throughout this process. So I thank them. I also thank our HR team, their leadership, as well as our finance team and their leadership for putting everything together for this budget retreat. Look forward to continue to work with them as we bring you forth our recommendations for the 2026 budget. Our goal today was to just give you the data, again, data-driven, data that you can consider in making the decisions moving forward as part of our 2026 process. Again, we have our budget survey that's out. We have 2 public input meetings that will be taking place, one at Diamond Lake and one at Warren Road Community Center in July, to get some input from our citizens so that they can tell us what they're looking at, what they want to see from their government, and making sure that we're hopefully going down the right direction. By the time we have those input meetings, we should have closed out our survey, so we'll know what other citizens are saying in the community. Yes, sir?
Would you forward this package to the commissioners?
Yes, yes, sir. We'll make sure every commissioner gets a copy of the packet. We'll update it because I understand some of the comments did not make it, so we'll make sure it's updated. We'll also post the updated copy on the website for review from our citizens. Any other questions?
Ms. Allen, make sure Ms. Bonner, the clerk of commission, actually give this presentation as well.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. We'll make sure. Thank you, department heads, for being here today. I appreciate it. And of course, thank our governing body members for being here. I know you have a number of things to do and you're here, and you didn't think it robbery to be here to get the information that we had. So thank you for everything. That concludes our budget retreat for 2026.
Ms. Allen, I'd like to thank, you and your leadership in this regard, for bringing this to us. About a little bit over 6 months in, and, it's been pretty eye-opening for me, for sure. I definitely want to take the time when we have our directors here to just thank you all for the openness and willingness of extending yourselves the way you do on a consistent basis. You all will make the wheels turn, you and your personnel, and that's not lost. It's a big job. You all definitely make it look, I would say y'all make it look easy, but seeing some of your faces and hearing some of your responses kind of brings it to a different light. But I just want to say, I was really serious when I said that you all and your teams are the most important asset that we have here in the county government. And I just can't say enough about, what we do on a consistent basis. But I hope you all take a lot of the conversation as what it is. It's expected to be. We can always improve upon how we do business. So take it as your individual and collective leadership challenges to determine where there's points of improvement. And let's do that, because there's a whole county and city of folks depending on us and the jobs that we do. So again, just can't say enough about how much I appreciate you all, and how you take the hits and keep on going on a consistent basis. But let's make sure that we just continue working together. And we have to depend on you all. The information you all bring us, the challenges, the concerns, the suggestions you present to us, that helps us with the overall decision that's being made. Because without your invested interest as the subject matter experts of our county government, we're just figureheads up here without an understanding of the true challenges and issues that are before us. So please give it to us, good, bad, or indifferent, to really help us with the decisions that we have to make. And that's coming from one of the new guys that is just saying, I appreciate you, Greg.
And I also must thank the Carl Vinson Institute, who has spent the morning with us, because our goal is to get the strategic plan complete, so we'll have a blueprint on where Augusta needs to go within the next 3 years. So thank them for as well. Everybody enjoy the rest of the day.
While I come over and bother.